Chapter 711. I'm going to break the seal. Chu Mu glanced at Tu Gang and said. Tu Gang's eyes lit up. He stood up and stared at Chu Mu. Then he looked at the seal in front of him and asked, "What do you need me to do?" "Wait." Chu Mu said and began to break the seal. He focused all his attention on the seal in front of him and began to study it. He had already studied this seal for a few months. Although it was a practical object for him to study seals, Chu Mu was very familiar with it. Now that he was focused on studying how to break it, the difficulty wasn't as great as he had imagined. Die! With a shout, the huge sword slashed down from above. It was so powerful that it seemed to split a mountain. With a scream, the immemorial beast died under the huge sword. Qin Shanha quickly scanned his surroundings. Other than himself, there was nothing else alive. He then looked at the temporary battle record sword token at his waist. The battle record on it had reached 86 points. When he first entered the Crimson Wasteland, he had 30 battle points. During this period of time, he had continuously hunted and gained 56 battle points. Although his speed was not fast, it was safe. Where did the captain go? Qin Shanha thought as he skinned the primordial, ferocious beast. A few months ago, after Chu Mu gave him 10 rank 6 sword essence pills and 10 rank 6 mystery pills, he came to the Crimson Wasteland alone to hunt. Qin Shanha thought that with Chu Mu's rank 6 sword essence and rank 6 mystery pills, as long as he was careful, he could definitely protect himself. A few months later, through his own efforts, Qin Shanha had refined his sword intent and profound of earth to the 5th revolution. Although he hadn't reached the limit of what his soul could bear, it would take far too much time for him to reach the 6th revolution. He couldn't do it in a short amount of time. After reaching the 5th transition, his strength had greatly increased. Among the elite disciples, a 5th transition strength was already at the upper level. Even if he was placed in the 3 super battle teams, he would have the qualifications to become a core battle team member. Hence, Qin Shanha entered Sky Peak Valley and Crimson Wasteland alone. His main goal was to find Chu Mu. His secondary goal was to hunt and earn battle points. However, after more than 10 days, he did not find Chu Mu at all. The Crimson Wasteland was very large. Trying to find a person here was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Unknowingly, Qin Shanha had gone deeper into the Crimson Wasteland. He was getting closer and closer to the center of the Crimson Wasteland. Qin Shanha firmly believed that Chu Mu would not die. It was just that they did not know where he was. A voice rang out. Qin Shanha quickly turned around and saw 10 silhouettes appearing in the distance and rapidly approaching them. Qin Shanha narrowed his eyes and took a deep look. His expression changed slightly as he hurriedly used his movement technique to flee. He saw that the leader of the 10 figures was none other than Nan Gong Jia, the captain of one of the Demon Slayer Squad's 3 core squads, who had suffered at the hands of Chu Mu in Sky Peak Valley. Qin Shanha knew that Nan Gong Jia was not a kind person. He would definitely take revenge. That day, Qin Shanha had been humiliated by Chu Mu in terms of his words and aura. He would definitely bear a grudge. Qin Shanha was in cahoots with Chu Mu, so Nan Gong Jia would definitely not treat him kindly. Chase! Nan Gong Jia also saw Qin Shanha. With a wave of his hand, the 10 people increased their speed and quickly caught up. Nan Gong Jia himself had rank 6 strength, and his 9 subordinates were at least rank 5. All of them had gone through many life and death battles and were extremely terrifying. They increased their speed and chased after Qin Shanha with all their might. Qin Shanha had comprehended the profundity of earth, so he did not have an advantage in terms of speed. Moreover, his sword intent and profundity had only reached rank 5, so there was still a gap between him and these people. Gritting his teeth, Qin Shanha unleashed all of his strength and ran as fast as he could. However, Nan Gong Jia and the others were still chasing after him, and the distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. At this rate, Qin Shanha would be caught up soon. However, he could not defeat them with his strength. Once they caught up to him, the consequences would be unpredictable. In short, it would not be a good ending. After running for 15 minutes and maintaining his full strength, Qin Shanha started to feel tired, especially when he was under great pressure from the powerful pursuers. "You won't be able to escape." Nan Gongjie's voice sounded with a hint of mockery. "Where is Chu Mu? Is he already dead?" Nan Gongjie asked again. Suddenly he thought of something and his expression changed. "How did your strength increase so much?" It had been less than a year since the last time. At that time, Qin Shanha only had rank 2 sword intent and profundity. But now, although he did not know how many ranks his sword intent and profundity had reached, he could run for such a long time while being chased by his team. It was definitely not lower than rank 4. In less than a year, he had raised his sword intent and profundity by at least 2 ranks. This was something that was almost impossible, but it actually happened. There were only 2 possibilities. Either Qin Shanha's talent had already reached a heaven-defying level, or he had encountered some great, fortuitous encounter. Nan Gongjie eliminated the first possibility, so there was only the second one left. Did he find a cultivation, sacred ground with amazing effects? Or did he obtain a pill that could assist in tempering? Nan Gongjie thought to himself. Qin Shanha was still unable to escape. He was caught. Nan Gongjie waved his hand, and the team members immediately spread out, forming a circle and surrounding Qin Shanha. Qin Shanha held the giant sword with both hands. Sword energy surged in his body, and a strong aura surrounded him. The air crackled. He was ready to fight for his life. You want to fight for your life? You're still not strong enough. Nan Gongjie laughed coldly. Put down your sword and surrender obediently. Then I can spare your life. Nan Gongjie's plan was simple. He wanted to capture Qin Shanha alive and force him to tell him how his strength had increased so quickly. If possible, his own strength could also increase rapidly and become stronger. In an instant, Nan Gongjie drew his sword. Sword light split at an unbelievable speed. Qin Shanha did not even have time to react. He only felt a tearing pain in his arms and shoulders. He could barely hold the giant sword. In an instant, 2 more sword light pierced Qin Shanha's thigh. The wound did not bleed much, but it made Qin Shanha feel powerless. Nan Gongjie's sword attack was very measured. It was equivalent to crippling Qin Shanha. He could barely move normally, but he could not escape or fight back. At this moment, Qin Shanha was like a piece of meat on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. You're called Qin Shanha, right? Where's Chu Mu? Where did he go? Or is he dead? Nan Gongjie sheathed his sword and stared at Qin Shanha with a faint smile. Qin Shanha glared at Nan Gongjie. He barely held the giant sword and did not say a word. It's okay. If he's not dead, I believe I'll meet him. Then I'll let you 2 reunite. Nan Gongjie ignored Qin Shanha's anger and laughed coldly. In his eyes, Qin Shanha was not his opponent at all. He was like an ant. He did not need to care about the anger of an ant. Take him away. Nan Gongjie waved his hand, and someone immediately lifted Qin Shanha up. Qin Shanha was furious, but there was nothing he could do. With his strength, he was not a match for Nan Gongjie, even when he was at his peak. Now that he was injured, he could not help but feel sad. Xiao Qin could not help but feel somewhat sorrowful in his heart. Traces of despair slowly spread from nothing to his heart. At this moment, a soft sound was heard. It was carried by the wind. Everyone turned around and saw a vigorous figure appear in the distance. It was approaching at an astonishing speed. The sound was the footsteps of that figure. It's an immemorial beast. One of Nan Gongjie's team members shouted, "There's someone up there." Nan Gongjie was slightly startled, but did not think much of it. Although there were not many people or foreign races who had immemorial beasts as mounts, there were still some. "See if it's a human," Nan Gongjie said again. At this moment, the immemorial beast was getting closer and closer. Gradually, they could see it clearly. It's so small. Everyone frowned. Everyone knew that under normal circumstances, the strength of an immemorial beast was proportional to its size. In other words, the stronger the immemorial beast, the larger its body. With such a small body, this beast's strength was probably not very strong. The rider riding this weak beast was probably not very strong either. This was a beast with the appearance of a dragon. In reality, it was not an immemorial beast, but a savage beast. A unique savage beast that had undergone many bloodline mutations. This savage beast had a name. It was Boang. It came from the ancient wild realm of the ancient Sword Continent. Since that was the case, the identity of the person riding on its back was obvious. Chumu. Qin Shanha was overjoyed, then shocked. Nangong Jie and the others were overjoyed. I didn't think that I would meet you here, Nangong Jie said. There was an indescribable joy in his heart. Let him go. Sitting on Boang's back, Chumu looked down at Nangong Jie and said indifferently. His tone was neither cold nor warm. Coupled with his indifferent gaze, for some reason, Nangong Jie felt a chill in his heart. Leader, let's go. Qin Shanha roared. The core team of the 3 super battle teams was too strong. He felt that Chumu was no match for them. Let's go. Let's see where you can escape to. Nangong Jie suppressed the chill in his heart and sneered. With a wave of his hand, 2 team members instantly turned into light and flew towards Chumu. They both drew their swords. Chumu sat on Boang's back without moving. When the 2 figures got close, he moved his right hand. Nangong Jie's pupils shrank. 2 blurry sword light bloomed and disappeared. Immediately after, the 2 figures flew past Chumu's left and right. They fell to the ground and slid forward. Fresh blood flowed out and dyed the ground red. The 2 team members died instantly. You deserve to die. Nangong Jie was furious. The other team members were also furious. They instantly attacked. Terrifying sword light, carrying shocking killing intent, locked onto Chumu and shot towards him like shooting stars. Chumu leaped into the air. Boang quickly moved to the side. Immediately after, Chumu spun in the air. The 8-sided desolate sky sword came out of its sheath and stabbed downwards. His body followed the sword. The sword light flashed a few times. Finally, Chumu and Nangong Jie collided. Chapter 712. The 2 silhouettes collided like comets, exploding with a shocking amount of energy. In an instant, everything around them was blown away. Qin Shanha and the core members of the Demon Slayer battle team were all sent flying hundreds of meters away. The terrifying collision caused the dark brown ground to shatter and become riddled with holes. Countless sparks flew everywhere, each one containing a terrifying amount of energy that pierced through the void. The 2 silhouettes flew back. In midair, their eyes met. Sharp light shot out like swords. They couldn't help but feel surprised. After fighting many times, Chumu understood his own strength. He was surprised that Nangong Jie could block his attack. Chumu was only surprised, but Nangong Jie was in disbelief. Chumu was merely a newly promoted elite disciple. In less than a year, he had grown from an ant to someone who had the strength to contend against him. Fortuitous encounter. They must have had a great fortuitous encounter. Nangong Jie's heart trembled with excitement. This fortuitous encounter must be mine. Thinking of this, Nangong Jie's eyes flashed with viciousness. He landed on the ground, and with a boom his speed exploded. He charged at Chumu with unparalleled speed, his sword light shooting towards him. Chumu's figure paused. Like a feather, he blew forward like a breeze. Without a sound, he slashed out with his sword, violent and gentle. 2 completely different, yet contrasting forces collided once again. This time, Chumu wasn't pushed back. Nangong Jie's sword rained down like a storm. Chu Mu's figure was like a ghost, moving with the wind. He circled around Nangong Jie's body in an arc. As he spun, he flew back like a swallow. His sword slashed out again, cutting into Nangong Jie's blind spot. Nangong Jie's reaction was extremely fast. With a twist of his head, he dodged Chu Mu's attack. Unexpectedly, Chu Mu's sword changed direction again. Following the momentum, he slashed down vertically. His strength exploded and his speed increased tenfold. Nangong Jie's pupils contracted. Almost instinctively, he raised his sword and used all his strength to slash at Chu Mu's neck. He wanted to die together with him. Ruthless, extremely ruthless. This was Nangong Jie. If Chu Mu persisted with this strike, he might be able to kill Nangong Jie. However, at the same time, he would also be attacked. There was a high possibility that his neck would be severed and he would die. However, Chu Mu's sword didn't change and continued to slash down. Nangong Jie was still in shock. He gritted his teeth and used a secret technique. The arm holding the sword suddenly swelled up in exchange for violent power. In an instant, the sword's speed increased by 50%. Nangong Jie was confident that he would be able to kill Chu Mu with this strike before Chu Mu's sword struck him. As for the fortuitous encounter, he didn't have time to think about it in this life and death situation. With a clang, Nangong Jie's eyes bulged. His sword had been blocked. He didn't know when, but a sword had appeared in Chu Mu's left hand, blocking his sword firmly. Wait. Nangong Jie was shocked. He hurriedly opened his mouth to speak. However, before he could say anything, Chu Mu's sword slashed down and split Nangong Jie's head open. He couldn't be more dead. Only his eyes bulged out, filled with shock and disbelief. In just a few short exchanges, one of the 3 core teams of the Demon Slayer battle team had been completely annihilated. Murderer, Chu Mu. Like a serial killer, Chu Mu skillfully removed the swords, interspatial rings, and other items from Nangong Jie and the other team members. Then, he let Bawang devour their corpses. After eating the corpses of 10 powerful swordsmen, Bawang burped. The blood in his body churned and his aura surged. He became even more powerful. The stronger the swordsman, the more powerful the energy in his body. After being eaten by Bawang, the energy in his body was extracted and absorbed to strengthen himself. Eating the corpses was more thorough than destroying the corpses. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to find any clues. Qin Shanha stood up with difficulty and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He took out a pill and ate it to heal his injuries. Chu Mu kept Bawang in his beast space. Then he continuously attacked with his sword, destroying the surrounding terrain and all kinds of traces, creating signs of a chaotic battle. Then he leaped and flew away. He grabbed Qin Shanha's arm and quickly left, leaving behind only the devastated ground. I knew it. Captain wouldn't die so easily. Qin Shanha looked at Chu Mu and smiled. The wounds on his shoulders and legs had basically healed. His internal injuries were almost healed as well. I met with some things, Chu Mu said. He didn't go into details. That day, after he broke through the seal, he left the stone tomb with 2 gang. Because they were trapped for 5 months, 2 gang only said that they would meet again if fate brought them together. Chu Mu naturally had to return to Sky Peak Valley. When leaving the stone tomb, Chu Mu thought of the mutated wild beast Bawang that he kept in his beast space and summoned it. Previously, he didn't summon it because he was cultivating and improving himself every day in the Sword Palace. There was no need. Now, his strength had reached a certain level. The beast space was a special space. In it, Bawang wouldn't die. Instead, it would fall into a deep sleep and grow little by little in its sleep. Therefore, Bawang that was summoned by Chu Mu had grown to the level of a first transformation swordsman. This wasn't enough. It was far from enough. Chu Mu decided that he would try his best to improve Bawang's strength in the next period of time. 5th transformation, sword essence, and 5th transformation, profound meaning. Not bad. When Chu Mu knew about Qin Shanha's progress, he smiled. Now, Qin Shanha barely had the strength to fight side by side with him. I have 86 battle points now. Captain, how many do you have? Qin Shanha asked. 890 points, Chumu said. 890 points. Qin Shanha exclaimed. While he was shocked, he revealed a hint of excitement. Our battle points added together are close to 1,000 points. If we hunt some more primordial beasts, we'll be able to reach 1,000 points. At that time, our Jintian battle team will be officially established. What big events have happened in the past few months? Chumu asked. In the past 5 months, he was trapped in a stone tomb and focused on studying seals. He raised the defense and counterattack seals to the beginner level of the Great Grandmaster. He also raised the fusion of the 2 seals to the beginner level. He didn't know anything about the outside world. There are a few things. A slayer appeared in the Crimson Wasteland. All the targets were killed with 1 slash. However, there has been no news for a few months. Qin Shanha glanced at Chumu and said, also, one of the 12 first-rate battle teams, the Red Flame battle team, was annihilated. The one who killed them was a genius from the underworld god clan, called Ming Xiao. Third, Sikong Zhan's battle team was officially established a month ago. It's called the Stardust battle team. Oh, Sikong Zhan's battle team is officially established. It's called the Stardust battle team. Chu Mu repeated with a faint smile on his face. Ever since Sikong Zhan proposed the battle, there had been no news of him. He didn't expect that when there was news, it would be the official establishment of his battle team. If they were competing to establish a battle team first, then Chu Mu would have already lost. However, they were competing to surpass the 3 super battle teams first. In that case, establishing an official battle team was just the beginning. The 3 super battle teams had a long history, a deep foundation, powerful strength, and many experts. It wasn't impossible to surpass the 3 super battle teams, but it was very difficult. Even if one could surpass them, it would take a lot of time. Do you have any information on the Stardust battle team? Chumu asked. The Stardust battle team's captain is Sikong Zhan. Aside from him, there is also a vice captain and 3 other members, Qin Shanha said. This wasn't considered secret. One could easily find out by asking around. They have more members than us. Chumu smiled. Captain, it won't be easy to surpass the 3 super battle teams, Qin Shanha said. Qin Shanha said, based on the current situation, it's almost impossible for us to recruit a large number of members. I never wanted to recruit too many members. Chumu said calmly. Then what do you plan to do? Qin Shanha was stunned. Walk the path of elites. Chumu smiled and said, our Zhantian battle team doesn't need too many members. At most, 10 members will be enough. Moreover, every one of them must be a true elite. What I want is not a battle team with a large number of members, but a battle team made up of true elites. What matters is quality, not quantity. Chumu's words made Qin Shanha fall into deep thought. After careful analysis, he realized that Chumu's words made a lot of sense. Walk the path of elites, and not the development method of other battle teams. Although the stronger a battle team, the more members and experts there was no rule that said that the ranking of a battle team required numbers and strength. As long as one's strength met the requirements, it would be fine. In the current Sky Edge Sword Palace, the majority of the elite disciples of the unrated battle teams had average talent. If they were recruited into the battle team, they might drag the battle team down if they wanted to develop it. If that was the case, it would be better to follow what Chumu said. They only wanted true elites. Although true elites were hard to find, once they were obtained, they only needed to be nurtured slightly to form a true fighting force, allowing the battle team to quickly grow stronger. Since we are on the path of creating a battle team, I will develop the battle team into the strongest battle team, Chumu said calmly. His tone had an unquestionable dominance, as if he was looking down on the world. After a period of time, Chumu summoned Boang. After devouring the corpses of the core members of the Demon Slayer battle team, Boang's aura had become stronger and stronger. His strength had increased significantly, and he had reached the level of a second transition swordsman. Let's go. Continue to hunt and earn more battle points, Chu Mu said as he got up. At the same time, he glanced at Bawang. He thought to himself that he should also let Bawang devour more corpses to gain more strength and become stronger. Let's go, Qin Shan said excitedly. 1,000 battle points were almost reached. Their battle team was about to be established, and they would complete the first goal. As for him, he would become one of the founders of the battle team and personally participate in the creation of a battle team. The creation of a battle team with amazing potential. How could he not be excited? Chu Mu was also excited, but he was calmer than Qin Shanha. Chapter 713. The vast land was blood-red and boundless. Bawang, go. The voice rang out, followed by a desolate and domineering roar. Bawang's figure was extremely fast as lightning. It cut through the air, bringing with it a strong wind-breaking sound and a sharp whistle. Bawang's body was not huge, at least compared to the primordial beast. However, it was extremely fast and had a terrifying attack power. Its claws seemed to be able to tear through everything. The target in front was a lion-shaped primordial beast. It was more than 20 meters tall, and Bawang was like a tiny ant in front of it. In the blink of an eye, Bawang's strong legs kicked off, and its body leaped up. Its sharp claws instantly clawed out, leaving a few bright traces in the air. The primordial beast did not even have time to react before a few deep wounds appeared on its neck. Blood spurted out. Bawang was a wild beast that had mutated many times. It also had intelligence close to that of a human, and its fighting instincts were extremely terrifying. Moreover, it had been specially trained by Chu Mu. If Chu Mu only used the strength of a second transition swordsman, it would be very difficult for him to defeat Bawang. It would be almost impossible for him to kill it. The primordial beast's strength was equivalent to that of a second transition swordsman. Its huge body gave it tyrannical strength, and at the same time, its speed was not slow. However, compared to Bawang, it paled in comparison. Bawang's figure was not only fast but also agile. Using the primordial beast's body as a fulcrum, it rapidly attacked. Its sharp claws struck again and again, and the primordial beast's resistance was futile. Not long after, the primordial beast died. Bawang and Chu Mu had a contract. The battle points of the primordial beast it killed would be credited to Chu Mu. Therefore, there were 4 more battle points in Chu Mu's temporary battle record sword token. After the primordial beast died, Bawang broke open its body and drilled into its body, devouring its strength and essence. Otherwise, this beast would be too big. With Bawang's appetite, he wouldn't be able to eat it in a short time. Only the essence would be enough, using battle to nurture battle, improving through battle and slaughter. Basically, Chu Mu would let Bawang fight whenever they encountered an immemorial beast that was at or below the 3rd transition. He would directly temper Bawang's battle prowess and become stronger. He could also devour the beast's energy essence to strengthen himself. If they encountered rank 4 and above immemorial beasts, Qin Shanha would take action. If they encountered rank 6 immemorial beasts, Chu Mu would take action personally. Before long, the battle points on Chu Mu's temporary battle record sword token had reached 1072 points, while Qin Shanha's temporary battle record sword token had reached 168 points. Qin Shanha, whose sword intent had been refined to the 5th rank, had greatly increased his strength. Ordinary 5th rank immemorial beasts were not his match at all. They all became his battle points. Delightful gains. After continuous battles, whether it was one-on-one or in groups, and continuously devouring the beast's energy essence, Bawang's strength increased by leaps and bounds, reaching rank 3. However, the higher the rank, the harder it was to improve. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. The gains were huge. Bawang's strength had increased to rank 4. The battle points on Qin Shanha's temporary battle record sword token had increased to 54 points, while Chu Mu's had increased to 1580 points. Chu Mu and the rest were now at the center of the Crimson Wasteland. Today, they plan to return and promote Zhen Tian Battle Team to an official battle team. Suddenly, an extremely strong sense of danger surged in their hearts. The shadow of death loomed over them. In the distance, a blood-red light was extremely sharp. It tore through the sky and slashed towards them at a speed faster than the speed of sound. Along the way, a slender and straight gully was slashed open on the hard, dark brown ground. Chu Mu, Qin Shanhe, and Bawang turned around and saw the blood-red light slashing towards them. In an instant, the sky and earth disappeared. Only the blood-red light continued to expand in front of them, filling their eyes and occupying the entire world. The terrifying aura turned into invisible ropes that wrapped around their bodies. Their blood instantly froze, and their muscles became numb. They lost the ability to move and became vegetative. They could only watch as the blood-red light approached them at a frightening speed. Even though they were hundreds of meters away, they could feel the sharpness that could tear everything apart. There was no doubt that it was a sword light that could kill everything. The will of the sharpness made Chu Mu, Qin Shanhe, and Bawang feel as if their bodies were being torn apart. It went deep into their blood, bones, and souls. The pain was unbearable. Even their spiritual world seemed to be torn apart. Their consciousness was split, and they were about to fall into darkness and die forever. Just this sword alone was so powerful that it was unparalleled. This was the sword of a divine condensation realm swordsman. It was an attack that targeted spiritual consciousness. They didn't know why they would be attacked by a divine condensation realm swordsman. It was a sure kill attack. Facing the blood-red light, even their minds were about to freeze. They couldn't think normally. In an instant, it seemed as long as 100 years. The blood-red light had already reached within 100 meters. Death was coming. Chu Mu's spiritual consciousness was extremely powerful. His thoughts could still operate. His spiritual consciousness could still be activated. He unleashed his full power and roared in his heart. Burning blood, transformation. In an instant, the blood essence that had been gathered in his body seemed to be burned by flames. It started to boil. Then, the temperature reached a critical point and the blood essence started to burn. Waves of extremely powerful energy surged out from the burning blood essence. It attacked his meridians and engulfed his entire body at an unimaginable speed. This wave of energy was extremely powerful. It was like a flood that broke through a dam. It could destroy everything. If it weren't for the fact that Chu Mu had cultivated the Sky Desolation sword body, which strengthened his body both inside and outside and made his meridians wide and incomparably tough, he would have long been destroyed by this flood of energy. Even so, Chu Mu still felt waves of pain from his meridians under the impact of this flood of energy. It was as if they were being torn apart. The pain in his meridians aroused Chu Mu's ferocious nature. It made his mind even more focused. The energy that emerged from the burning blood essence of the burning blood transformation filled his entire body. It even surged out of his body. It made the surface of Chu Mu's body turn a faint scarlet color like smoke. His pupils also turned from black to pale red. It was bewitching and evil. It was enough to make the hearts of many women waver. Strong. It was unprecedentedly strong. An extremely powerful energy surged in and out of his body. It made Chu Mu feel as if he could break the heavens with a single sword strike. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could block his attack. This was a state that was close to being possessed by a demon. It made one incomparably excited. It could even make one go crazy and lose themselves. Powerful energy required a strong mind to control. If one's mind wasn't strong enough, they would only lose themselves under the impact of the powerful energy. They would be immersed in the pleasure of the powerful energy and become a crazy demon. The powerful energy that came from the small success of the burning blood transformation was indeed very shocking. However, Chumu's mind was even stronger. In just an instant, he felt the pleasure of the explosion of energy. Soon after, he was able to control all the energy in his body. Everything was under his control. At this moment, the blood-red light was less than 50 meters away from Chumu. The execution of the burning blood transformation was completed in an instant. Xiao Chun grasped his sword and unsheathed it. He reached his limit, and the sword light broke through the air. The golden light was dyed with a layer of blood red. It looked mysterious and demonic. Under the burning blood transformation, Chu Mu's sword light's attack power exceeded the limit. The extreme sword light collided with the blood-colored light, and the tyrannical power clashed. Unable to resist, it was fixed in place. The tyrannical power caused countless blood-colored sparks to fly out in all directions. The ground was pierced with holes, and it was riddled with holes. The extreme sword light was small, and the blood-red light was huge. However, they resisted each other and were in a stalemate. With Chu Mu's extreme sword light blocking, Qin Shanha and Bawang regained their ability to move. They consciously retreated far away, against a divine condensation realm swordsman. They couldn't resist at all. They would be killed in an instant. Qin Shanha quickly retreated while staring at Chu Mu. He was stunned when he saw the faint red smoke around Chu Mu's body. In the end, the extreme sword light was defeated by the blood-red light. However, the blood-red light had also used up a lot of its energy. It attacked once again. Chu Mu, who had become powerful, wasn't afraid of the pressure of the blood-red light anymore. His body flashed and he easily dodged. He turned into a blood-red light and rushed in the direction of the blood-red light. The power of the burning blood transformation increased Chu Mu's speed. He broke through the sound barrier and became a blood-red light. A figure appeared before him. Chu Mu's speed suddenly increased. The 8 Sky Desolate swords were placed in front of him. He slashed out and attacked along with his body. A mere origin realm swordsman. You think you can fight against me with a secret technique? That person was wearing a black and red robe. His face was pale and his eyes were red. He looked very evil. Seeing Chu Mu rush over an attack, he smiled disdainfully. He flicked his finger, and in an instant, blood-red light shot out like swords. They filled the air and pierced through everything. It was as if he wanted to turn Chu Mu into a beehive. The slash of the sword seemed to have a magical power. All of the blood-colored edges were shattered by this slash. However, the accumulated power of this slash had already been destroyed. Chu Mu's figure flickered as he took the opportunity to stab forward. Very fast. What a genius. The evil path swordsman was slightly surprised. He didn't pay much attention to Chu Mu's sword. His left hand turned into a sword finger and pointed out. A shocking blood-red light condensed at the tip of his finger. It was extremely powerful. This finger contained a mysterious trajectory that made it impossible for Chu Mu's sword to dodge. It was instantly struck. The tip of the sword and the tip of the sword collided. The tyrannical force passed through the body of the sword and into his palm, causing Chu Mu's arm to shake. He hurriedly used a method to disperse the force, but his arm still felt waves of numbness. The terrifying sharpness pierced through his body and pierced his arm like countless needles. His power erupted. His wrist moved slightly, and the tip of his sword was like a phoenix's head. His sword reached the limit of the origin realm and instantly destroyed the blood-red light on his opponent's finger, forcing him back a step. Chapter 714. You're actually able to make me take a step back. The corrupt swordsman was slightly startled, but then a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Very good. You're a genius, a true genius. Killing a genius like you will give me a great sense of accomplishment. Your blood will definitely be very delicious. The evil aura grew even denser. This corrupt swordsman unsheathed his sword and brought out his true power. The swords the corrupt swordsman used were very similar. They were dark red and emitted a shocking, bloodthirsty, evil aura. With a sword in hand, the corrupt swordsman's aura became even more terrifying. Burning blood transformation was a secret technique that burned essence blood in exchange for powerful strength. It couldn't be sustained for long, so Chumu had to quickly kill this evil path sword artist. Otherwise, once burning blood transformation's duration was up, he would fall into a weakened state from burning too much essence blood. He wouldn't even be able to compare to a normal person. When that time came, he would become meat on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. He didn't hold back at all. The 8-sided heavenly desolate sword silently slashed out from an inconceivable angle toward the corrupt swordsman. The corrupt swordsman raised an eyebrow. He seemed to be unhurried as he slashed out with his sword, blocking Chumu's attack. In terms of sword arts cultivation, this corrupt swordsman might not be able to compare to Chumu. But because he had advanced to the deity condensation realm, his mental energy had transformed into divine sense. That was a mental energy that was even higher than mental energy. It allowed him to accurately sense his surroundings. Strictly speaking, a deity condensation realm swordsman's sword yuan was stronger than an origin realm swordsman's, but it wasn't ridiculously strong. The greatest difference between the deity condensation realm and the origin realm was in mental energy and divine sense. Even with Chumu's powerful mental energy, he was only barely able to block his opponent's divine sense. His body couldn't move at all. If he hadn't used the burning blood transformation, he wouldn't have had the slightest chance of resisting. Changing his sword stance, he bypassed his opponent's block and slashed out again, aiming for the corrupt swordsman's neck. The two of them changed their positions dozens of times in an instant, but the two swords did not clash even once. The power of the 5th layer's sword domain covered an area of 5 meters. It distorted the air within 5 meters, as well as the corrupt path sword. However, this corrupt path sword domain had also reached the peak of the 4th layer, close to the 5th layer. Adding on the fact that his cultivation base was clearly higher than Chumu's, he was able to contend against the 5th layer's sword domain. Metal Profound was released to the limit. Sword Intent was also released to the limit. The might of the 6th rank was not held back. In terms of Sword Intent and Profound, the evil swordsman was not as good as Chumu. He had only reached the 5th revolution. Quick, quick, quick! Chumu did his best to finish off his opponent before the burning blood transformation's duration ended. This corrupt sword artist had originally been planning on teasing Chumu a bit before killing him, but then he found that Chumu was growing stronger and stronger. His attacks were also growing faster and faster. If he wasn't careful, he might be injured. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless and had no choice but to use his strength to deal with Chumu. The speed of both sides was extremely fast. Time and time again, they collided with each other. Time and time again, they attacked, blocked, and counterattacked. Everything was completed in an instant. Hundreds of changes occurred in the blink of an eye. It was almost beyond their control. Qin, Shanha, and Boang had retreated far, far away. They were so far away that they could barely see 2 small dots. Speaking of which, this distance was not very safe. Once Chumu was defeated, that evil swordsman of the god condensation realm could immediately catch up and kill them. All their hopes were pinned on Chumu. Qin Shanha was extremely shocked that Chumu could fight against an evil swordsman in the god condensation realm. Burning blood transformation. I must cultivate the burning blood transformation. Qin Shanha said to himself as he clenched his fists. If he could also cultivate the burning blood transformation, he might be able to help Chumu a bit and fight against that evil swordsman. He wouldn't be like he was now, where he could only hide far away and helplessly wait for the result. Of course, he could also take this opportunity to leave and return to the Sky Peak Valley. However, he and Chumu were members of the same battle team. They were comrades who had gone through life and death together. More importantly, he had a thought in his heart that Chumu could win. Chumu's current situation was not very good. As the burning blood transformation continued, his essence blood was constantly being consumed. Although it provided him with an unending amount of tyrannical power, it also caused him to feel that his body was in a deficit. The difference between the God condensation realm and the origin realm is still too obvious. With my strength, even if I use the burning blood transformation, it will only be a draw. It will be difficult for me to win unless I can cultivate the burning blood transformation to the Deshang level. Chumu thought to himself as he madly attacked. Dual sword art. I can still use the dual sword art. My strength will increase by another 50%. However, even if it increases by 50%, it will still be difficult to kill this evil swordsman unless my dual sword art reaches perfection. Once his dual sword art reached perfection, his strength would increase by 1-fold. Involuntarily, Chumu's eyes lit up as he thought of a way to kill this evil swordsman in the God condensation realm. His attack style immediately changed. It changed from a torrential storm of attacks to a light breeze like guerrilla warfare. The change in his battle style caused the evil swordsman to be slightly startled. He immediately reacted and changed from his previous defensive stance to an incomparably fierce attack. Evil, dark, bloodthirsty, and all kinds of auras mixed within his sharp aura, wreaking havoc everywhere. Chumu used the flying swan illusionary void steps. His right hand held his sword as he constantly blocked and counterattacked. His left hand was secretly forming hand seals, setting up seals. Chumu suddenly had an idea. He placed a seal on his left hand so that it wouldn't attract the evil swordsman's attention. Sealing hand seals were normally formed with both hands. Using one hand to receive the seal was something Chumu had suddenly thought of. If he could succeed, it would mean that he would have a completely new breakthrough in the Tao of Sealing. Chumu didn't know whether or not he would succeed, but right now he could only give it a try. First, he placed down a defensive seal. Using one hand to receive the seal wasn't as efficient as using two hands, but Chumu found that as he divided his attention, he actually made some progress. While blocking the evil swordsman's attacks, he also placed a seal on his palm. Fortunately, Chumu only needed to place a seal the size of his palm. It wasn't very difficult. A series of sealing talismans condensed in his palm and dispersed, gradually forming a defensive seal. Although he could divide his attention, Chumu was still in a sorry state under the attacks of the corrupt swordsman. His robes were torn in many places, but he wasn't injured. Once the defensive seal was finished, it still wasn't enough. Chumu continued forming hand seals with one hand, forming a counterattack seal. The evil swordsman's sure-kill sword slashed down. Chumu used his sword to block it. When they collided, a terrifying shockwave immediately injured Chumu. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew back uncontrollably. His left hand stopped forming hand seals. With a thought, borrowing that shockwave, Chumu flew back even further. When he landed several hundred meters away, he continued forming hand seals with his left hand behind his back. The evil swordsman wasn't injured at all. His eyes shone with an evil light as he calmly walked over to Chumu. He stared at Chumu's eyes as if he was looking at a delicious prey. In the evil swordsman's heart, Chumu was already his prey. Next, he would suck all of Chumu's blood. The blood of a true genius would definitely be delicious. Thinking of that, the evil swordsman became impatient. His footsteps quickened, and in a flash he arrived in front of Chumu. His dark red sword quickly stabbed out. It wasn't to kill Chumu, but rather to leave a wound on Chumu's body. That way he would be able to absorb his blood and watch his opponent howl in pain. Furthermore, absorbing the blood of the prey while they were still alive would make the blood even more delicious. A cold light flashed in Chumu's eyes. He pushed out his left hand, blocking the evil swordsman's sword. The evil swordsman sneered. His defensive seal and counterattack seal immediately fused together. Not only did it block the evil swordsman's sword, but it also caused a powerful counterattack that knocked the evil swordsman's sword aside. A powerful force instantly passed through the sword and into his palm, causing the evil swordsman's expression to change. He hastily circulated his sword chi to resist, forming hand seals with one hand, as well as a seal that had been hastily set up, had just barely reached the level of a beginner grandmaster. It wasn't enough to kill or even injure this evil swordsman, but it was enough to stall him for 3 breaths. His full strength erupted, and a sword appeared in his left hand. With 2 swords in hand, his strength increased. His body shot forward like lightning, and the sword in his left hand silently stabbed out. The peak of the advanced realm instantly pierced through the evil swordsman's protective astral sword. At this time, the evil swordsman was using half of his strength to resist the counterattack seal. His body swayed, and his footsteps became chaotic. He used an inconceivable method to dodge Chu Mu's sword, but then he felt a sharp pain in his chest. His heart had been pierced. So the sword in his left hand was just a superficial attack, while the sword in his right hand was the true killing blow. It was like 2 swordsmen working together to the peak. This was completely out of the evil swordsman's expectations. The powerful 6th Revolution sword intent and 6th Revolution metal profound poured into his heart, crushing it. "If I die, you'll die too," shouted the evil swordsman. Chu Mu was startled. He hastily let go of his right hand and retreated. In an instant, Chu Mu retreated a few hundred meters. The sword in his left hand slashed at the ground, creating a hole. He hurriedly crawled into it. At the same time, an extremely terrifying explosion rang out. An incomparably terrifying energy exploded outwards. Blood surged, and the sharpness was limitless. It charged into the sky and swept through the earth. It was like a blood-colored wave that was hundreds of meters tall. It was incomparably dense, and its sharpness was unstoppable. The ground was shattered, and a layer of it was forcibly scraped off. It was like the end of the world had arrived. Qin Shanha's expression changed. Even from tens of thousands of meters away, he could still sense that heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power. The shock waves caused him to take a few steps back. Then what about Chu Mu, who was in the range of the explosion? Chapter 7:15. The terrifying explosion lasted for dozens of breaths. A blood-red mushroom cloud nearly 100 meters in diameter rose into the sky, accompanied by gusts of wind and terrifying roars. In the end, the dust settled. Qin Shanha's face was pale as he looked at the piece of land. Under the self-destruction of the evil path swordsman, 500 meters of land was blown away by the terrifying power, forming a huge crater. It was like a basin, and the deepest part was over 20 meters deep. Outside the 500-meter radius, a layer of the dark brown soil was also scraped off, forming a mirror-like surface. It was incomparably smooth, and it covered another several thousand meters. It was hard to imagine that the self-destruction of an evil path swordsman would be so powerful. "Captain! Captain!" Qin Shanha hurriedly ran over, shouting loudly. Bawang also ran over. Bawang was still alive and safe, which meant that Chu Mu was also not dead. However, he couldn't see where Chu Mu was. Qin Shanha jumped into the basin to search, but he couldn't find him. Bawang had a connection with Chu Mu, so he directly rushed to the edge of the basin. His sharp claws tore open the hard, steel-like ground and dug out Chu Mu. Chu Mu was indeed alive, but he was unconscious. His robes were tattered, and there were many wounds on his body. His hair was white, and his originally glossy black hair had become dry as if it had lost its vitality. It was like weeds that had lost a large amount of nutrients. His skin was also full of wrinkles. He looked like he had aged a few decades, like an old man past his prime. From the surface, it could be seen how terrifying the side effects of using the burning blood transformation were on Chu Mu. Even his internal organs had lost their vitality due to the burning of large amounts of essence blood. He was in a critical state. Qin Shanha hurriedly called out, but Chu Mu had already fallen unconscious and didn't respond. However, the wrinkles on his skin were slowly disappearing, gradually becoming fuller. His hair also gradually regained its tough luster. A wave of vitality quietly spread out from within his body. Golden vein blood yang pill. Qin Shanha suddenly understood. He quickly glanced at Chu Mu's temporary battle record sword token, which was held tightly in Chu Mu's right hand. "Bawang, get out of here quickly," Qin Shanha said as he placed Chu Mu on Bawang's back. The explosion just now was too big. It would definitely cause a huge commotion. It wouldn't be long before many powerful swordsmen and outsiders came here. They had to leave, or it would be dangerous. Bawang's intelligence wasn't low, so he naturally understood. He nodded, and with a whoosh, only an afterimage was left behind. Qin Shanha did not dare to fall behind. He quickly caught up and left. A divine condensation realm swordsman definitely had an extraordinary amount of savings. However, that kind of self-destruction was really too powerful. He didn't even know if the spatial ring could withstand it. Even if it could withstand it and come out unscathed, it would still be blown away by this kind of explosion, flying to who knew where. His life was more important. Leaving this place was the way to go. About 15 minutes later, numerous figures flew over. There were humans and outsiders. When they saw this huge basin and the smooth surface of several thousand meters, their expressions changed. Even the sword of Gojoseon would have a chance of dying if faced with this kind of power. After a quick inspection, they didn't find anything special. Adding on the fact that there were different races present, an intense battle immediately broke out. The goal was to kill each other. The golden vein blood yang pill was worthy of being a sacred item for recovering essence blood. After 2 hours, Chu Mu's essence blood had completely recovered. If it had been the blood yang pill, 2 hours wouldn't have been enough. It would have taken at least 6 to 8 hours to recover. After recovering his essence blood, Chu Mu's skin, hair, and other things also returned to normal. Even the injuries caused by the evil swordsman's self-destruction had mostly healed. Although the golden vein blood yang pill wasn't a healing pill, it also stimulated the body's functions at the same time as it recovered essence blood. It increased the speed of recovery, causing most of his injuries to recover. There was also a portion of his injuries that Chu Mu had consumed. They were also rapidly recovering. The temporary battle record sword medallion was once again hung on his waist. There were 1,580 battle points inside. Chu Mu felt that it was a pity, because the deaths of those evil swordsmen weren't counted as Chu Mu's fault. In the end, the battle record sword medallion was an inanimate object. It didn't have any intelligence, so it couldn't make accurate judgments. Although that spirit condensation realm evil swordsman's heart had been crushed by Chu Mu and his death had been inevitable, at that time he had self-destructed before dying. It wasn't within the battle record sword medallion's calculations. Otherwise, killing a spirit condensation realm evil swordsman would have given him quite a bit of battle points. Although he didn't get any benefits, and even got himself injured, he had to consume a precious golden vein blood yang pill. But in the end, that was to save his Qin Shanha's and Bawang's lives. If he didn't do that, he would have been killed by that spirit condensation realm evil swordsman. What kind of benefits could be compared to his own and his companions' lives? In addition, using the burning blood transformation to fight with the spirit condensation realm evil swordsman had also allowed Chu Mu to understand what level he had reached when he used his full strength. He had also comprehended the seal technique and could use it in battle to create a surprise attack. This kind of benefit was the real benefit. Now, Chu Mu, Qin Shanha, and Bawang were on their way back to Sky Peak Valley. Previously, because of his injuries, Chu Mu could only ride on Bawang's back. Now that his injuries had healed, he put Bawang into the Battle B space and used his full strength with Qin Shanha. This Chu Mu and Qin Shanha are really lucky. They're actually still alive. Yeah, Chu Mu entered the Crimson Wasteland and there was no news of him for a few months. I thought he was dead. I didn't expect him to still be alive. He's really lucky. This Qin Shanha has been in the Crimson Wasteland for more than half a month. It's really surprising that he's still alive. When Chu Mu and Qin Shanha returned to Sky Peak Valley, they immediately heard all kinds of discussions. After all, many unrated battle teams didn't dare to stay in the Crimson Wasteland for too long. At most, they would return in 2 or 3 days. Those that didn't return in more than 10 days were basically dead. Even those members of first-rate battle teams didn't dare to stay in the Crimson Wasteland for a few months. They didn't know the strength of Chu Mu and Qin Shanha. They only felt that no matter how strong they were, they couldn't be that strong. Therefore, they judged it with common sense. Chu Mu and Qin Shanha ignored all kinds of discussions. They quickly left Sky Peak Valley and returned to the elite disciple area. They headed straight for Stop War Tower. The elder of Stop War Tower was still the same hunchbacked old man who looked like he had one foot in a coffin. To become an official battle team, you have to pay 1,000 battle points, the hunchbacked elder said slowly. Chu Mu took down the temporary battle points sword token and handed it to the hunchbacked elder. 1580 battle points, not bad. The murky eyes looked at Chu Mu. In an instant, the 2 willpower stars in Chu Mu's spiritual world flickered crazily. Do you want to change the name of the battle team? The hunchbacked elder retracted his gaze and asked. No need, Chu Mu said. The Zhen Tian battle team has become an official battle team. It's a third-rate battle team. In the future, if you want to increase the rank of the battle team, you have to pay the corresponding battle points and complete the corresponding missions. The hunchbacked elder said as he recorded the information of the Zhen Tian battle team. Design the logo of your Zhen Tian battle team. Chu Mu had already thought of the logo. It was a sky with a crack in the middle. It was a crack that was torn open by a terrifying force. It looked very lifelike. Not long after, Chu Mu and Qin Shanha each received a battle points sword token. It was an official battle points sword token. On one side, there were 2 ancient words, Zhentian, and on the other side there was the logo that Chu Mu had designed. It was a sky that was torn apart by a shock. Immediately after, the hunchbacked elder gave Chu Mu 8 battle points sword tokens. These were provided for free. There were a total of 10 battle points. If he needed more battle points in the future, he had to pay the corresponding battle points to obtain them. 1 battle point sword token required 10 battle points. However, Chu Mu did not plan to expand the Zhentian battle team. He only needed the true elites, the elites of the elites. A battle team, a small team with 10 members. That was all. The battle points sword token was enough. The remaining 580 battle points were all transferred to the official battle points sword token. Qin Shanha's 300 battle points were also transferred over. You can customize the battle team's exclusive badge and clothes here, the hunchbacked elder said. How do we calculate it? Chu Mu asked. An ordinary badge is worth 10 battle points. An ordinary set of clothes is worth 30 battle points, the hunchbacked elder said as he threw a book over. Chu Mu flipped open the book and saw that the prices of badges and battle uniforms were listed on it. Badges and clothes were divided into different levels. The most ordinary ones were worth 10 battle points and 30 battle points. There were even better ones above that. Of course, one had to pay more battle points. For example, a black iron badge came with a defensive seal. It could be activated to block a 3rd transition level attack. It was worth 50 battle points. A green bronze badge came with a defensive seal. After it was activated, it could block a 4th transition level attack. It was worth 200 battle points. The higher grade was the silver grade badge, which also had a defensive seal. After it was activated, it could block a 5th class advancement level attack. It was worth 500 battle points. A gold badge came with a defensive seal. After it was activated, it could block a 6th transition level attack. It was worth 1,000 battle points. Similarly, the battle uniform was similarly divided into ranks like the badges. Black iron, bronze, silver, and gold had its own defensive seal, which could block an attack of the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th class professions. However, the price of the clothes was several times higher than the badges. For example, a black iron battle suit required 100 battle points. A green bronze battle suit required 400 battle points. A silver battle suit required 1,000 battle points. A gold battle suit required 3,000 battle points. In addition, the seals could be replaced or even increased. The price would depend on the situation. Chapter 716. The members of an average battle team would only be equipped with normal badges. They might not even have a battle uniform. However, some of the members of the Demon Slayer battle team who had died under Chu Mu's sword had better badges. However, the defensive seals within the badges needed to be activated by themselves. Chu Mu's sword was too fast, so they did not have the chance to activate it. At that time, Chu Mu would not have paid attention to their badges and destroyed their corpses. After thinking about it, Chu Mu decided to customize a dark iron rank badge. As for the battle uniform, he did not need it for the time being. The battle points still needed to be used in other areas. When customizing, battle points had to be paid first. Chu Mu's battle points on the battle achievement sword token immediately decreased by 50 points, leaving him with 530 points. Not long after, Chu Mu received a custom-made dark iron rank badge. On it was the symbol of the Zhen Tian battle team. The seal within the dark iron rank badge could only withstand a full blow from a 3rd transformation swordsman. It was useless against Chu Mu and Qin Shanhe. Chu Mu's main purpose was to research. In terms of defensive seals and counterattack seals, he had reached the level of a great grandmaster. If he could research them, he could definitely make a better battle team badge himself. For the next period of time, we will focus on increasing our strength. At the same time, we will see if there are any outstanding newcomers, Chu Mu said to Qin Shanhe. It had been almost a year since they had become elite disciples. During this period of time, there should be some official disciples who had become elite disciples. Perhaps there would be some outstanding geniuses among them. Qin Shanhe nodded and returned to his sword tower with the burning blood transformation secret technique that Chu Mu had given him. After a few rounds of research, Chu Mu discovered that after the seal on the dark iron rank badge was activated once, it had to be replenished before it could be activated again. However, if the badge was destroyed, the seal would naturally be destroyed as well. After researching thoroughly, Chu Mu began to try to modify the seal within the badge and make adjustments. In terms of defensive seals, Chu Mu had reached the level of a great grandmaster. He could easily distinguish the seals within the badge and make adjustments bit by bit. Modifying a seal was sometimes more difficult than directly setting one up. After a few attempts, Chu Mu finally found a way. He successfully increased the level of the seal within the badge to the point where it could withstand the full power strike of a 4th transition swordsman. However, it was still not enough. He could continue to modify it. 2 days later, Chu Mu finally modified the seal in the badge to the point where it could withstand a full blow from a 6th class swordsman. Because of the limited materials and size of the badge, the level of the seal could not be increased. Otherwise, the badge would not be able to withstand it. 6th transformation. Chu Mu held the badge in his hand, and his gaze became distant. After it was activated, it could withstand a full blow from a 6th class swordsman. In many situations, it could save one's life and could even turn defeat into victory. Even for himself, it was useful. However, Chu Mu still planned to try to set up a counterattack seal as well, and fuse it with the defensive seal. With the power of both defense and counterattack, the effect would be better. After 3 days of trying, Chu Mu finally succeeded in setting up a counterattack seal. It formed a fused seal. Not only could it withstand a full blow from a 6th class swordsman, it could also counterattack with a force that the 6th class swordsman had to pay attention to. Chu Mu immediately left the sword gauntlet and headed to the War Stop Tower to customize 9 ordinary badges. The materials of the badges were the same. The only difference in grade was the strength of the seals contained within. 9 ordinary badges were worth 90 battle points. Chu Mu still had 440 battle points left. In just one day, Chu Mu successfully set up a fusion of defensive and counterattack seals within the 9 ordinary badges. Such badges surpassed the so-called gold-grade badges made by the Warstop Tower, and their value was much higher. Without a doubt, Chu Mu saved a lot of battle points. After storing all the badges into the interspatial ring, Chu Mu got up and left the sword gauntlet for the stargazing platform. He had spent 5 consecutive days researching how to set up seals. Now that he was done, Chu Mu didn't plan on continuing to research seals. He needed to increase his strength, absolute strength. After being trapped in the stone tomb for 5 months, Chu Mu's spiritual consciousness had once again filled his spiritual world. He had reached the standard of condensing the 3rd intent star. Now he only needed to refine his spiritual consciousness to the limit, and he would be able to condense the 3rd intent star. At that time, Chu Mu's spiritual consciousness would become even more tyrannical and terrifying. 440 battle points were enough for Chu Mu to cultivate on the stargazing platform for 44 days. However, he didn't need that many days. He entered the stargazing platform and drew in the power of the stars. The 3rd chapter of the Southern Dipper Mind refining scripture was the heavenly beam star. It condensed the tyrannical spiritual consciousness into a beam and spread it 2,000 meters into the sky, a total of 3,000 meters from the ground. On the stargazing platform, the higher one's spiritual consciousness went, the purer and denser the power of the stars would be. The difference of 1,000 meters was double the difference. With such a huge difference, the power of the stars that Chu Mu could draw in at the same time was even denser. The speed of refining his spiritual consciousness also greatly increased, doubling the speed. During the day, Chu Mu practiced swordsmanship, mountain quaking energy, and other techniques in the sword gauntlet. He practiced the control of power, the heavenly desolate sword origin, and studied the 7th hand seal of the 9 revolution, heavenly shocking seal. At night, he drew in the power of the stars and refined his spiritual consciousness. Everything in the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with him. Qin Shanha also didn't appear. He was wholeheartedly cultivating in seclusion. After seeing the battle between Chu Mu and the evil swordsman of the God Condensation Realm, Qin Shanha had an unprecedented thirst for power. He originally thought that the strength of the 5th revolution sword will and the 5th revolution profound meaning of earth was enough to fight side by side with Chu Mu. However, he now understood that it wasn't enough. It was still not enough. He still needed to be stronger. With this thought, his fighting spirit, which had been a little slack, gathered once again. It turned into a raging flame that burned even more vigorously than before. There was no end to being powerful. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the 10th day. It was late at night. On the stargazing platform, the sky was filled with stars. They were like countless eyes that blinked. They were as bright as fireworks. They were so beautiful that they seemed to be within reach. It was so mesmerizing. Stretching out his hand and opening his 5 fingers, it was as if he could grasp the stars in the sky. Looking at the resplendent stars in the sky, Chu Mu retracted his deep gaze and slowly closed his eyes. His mental remembrance once again pervaded the air. 2,000 meters in the air, he guided the pure power of the stars into his mental world, filling it up. The pure and incomparably tyrannical power of the stars coexisted with the extremely pure spiritual consciousness. Under the control of Chu Mu's spiritual consciousness, the spiritual consciousness began to move. Like the gears of a machine, it began to slowly rotate. The speed went from slow to fast, gradually accelerating. It turned into a whirlpool that sucked in all the power of the stars and spiritual consciousness. At the center of it all was a glowing The whirlpool shrank and condensed into a ball. Chu Mu used his tyrannical spiritual consciousness to squeeze and attack from all directions. causing the power of the stars and spiritual consciousness to mix and fuse together, compressing and condensing unceasingly. Boom, boom, boom. A terrible sound rang in the spiritual world. The barrier of the spiritual world endured the impact of the tyrannical power again and again. The cultivation of the Southern Dipper Mind training scripture would increase the efficiency and speed of the refinement of one's mind. However, it was more difficult to condense a mind star. Every time it was condensed and compressed, the burden on one's spiritual world would be greater. However, the strength of Chu Mu's spiritual world barrier would continue to increase after condensing the spiritual consciousness into a spiritual star. Therefore, it could barely withstand the impact of the power brought about by condensing the spiritual consciousness. Time and time again, the strong compression, the impact, and the vibration. Chu Mu's spiritual world changed again. Condense. A violent roar, like the thunder from the ninth heaven, exploded the sky, and the spiritual world was in turmoil. The last condensation, the most tyrannical spiritual consciousness, was output without reservation. In an instant, the third spiritual consciousness was formed in the terrible sound of thunder. It was located next to the star of Tianxiang, flickering with faint starlight. At this point, Chu Mu had finished cultivating the third chapter of the Southern Dipper Mind refining scripture and condensed the third spiritual consciousness star, Tianliang star. The three spiritual consciousness stars hung high in the sky of the spiritual world, flickering with a faint luster. They looked a little dim, but as long as Chu Mu thought about it, the three spiritual consciousness stars would explode with an unimaginable and terrifying spiritual consciousness. The spiritual world didn't expand, but it became more stable and could withstand a greater impact. Only 10 days had passed. In total, it had been 15 days since Chu Mu left the Crimson Wasteland. His overall strength had increased again. The condensation of the third spiritual consciousness star had increased the volume of Chu Mu's spiritual consciousness. At this point, if he spread out his spiritual consciousness, it could cover a range of 300 meters. If he condensed it into a beam, it could spread out to a range of 3,000 meters. This kind of distance was unheard of in the origin realm. At this point, Chu Mu was sure that he could barely withstand the spiritual consciousness of an ordinary God condensation realm swordsman. The biggest advantage of a God condensation realm swordsman was their spiritual consciousness. The terrifying spiritual consciousness could crush any swordsman below the God condensation realm. If he could withstand the spiritual consciousness attack, the gap between him and a God condensation realm swordsman would shrink again. If I can condense the fourth thought star, such a mental intent would be able to completely withstand the mental attacks of normal divine condensation realm swordsmen and ignore them. A cold glint flashed through Chu Mu's eyes as he thought to himself. After the condensation of the third spiritual consciousness star, Chu Mu still had 340 battle points left. He planned to save these battle points and increase the time he had to study the seventh spiritual consciousness of the Nine Revolution Heavenly Shocking Seal. He wanted to study it as soon as possible and refine the seventh spiritual consciousness and profound. He didn't know if the seventh spiritual consciousness was the end, but he was sure that once his sword consciousness and profound reached the seventh spiritual consciousness, his strength would increase by several folds, and he would become even more powerful. Chapter 717. The life of an elite disciple was rather monotonous. It was nothing more than cultivation, increasing their strength, entering the Crimson Wasteland to hunt or be hunted, surviving and becoming stronger. Strictly speaking, the Sky Edge Sword Palace was only one of the bases that nurtured the young swordsmen of the human race. Time passed slowly. Chu Mu added 8 hours every day to study the seventh handprint of the Nine Revolution Heavenly Heart Shocking Seal. Because he had condensed the third star of consciousness, his calculation ability had greatly improved. His progress was very obvious. Finally, it had been a full year since Chu Mu became an elite disciple. In another half a month, it would be the annual New Talent Summit. This new talent summit was not considered official. There might not be any swordsman that could catch one's eye, but there might be one or two talented swordsmen. The Zhentian battle team was officially established. It was currently a third-rate battle team with only 2 members, the captain, Chu Mu, and the vice-captain, Qin Shanha. The Zhentian battle team needed members. However, they were only ordinary members. The Zhentian battle team did not need them. Chu Mu wanted true geniuses, the best of the best. Another half a month passed. The 7th handprint of the 9 Revolution Heavenly Heart-Shocking seal was almost complete. However, Chu Mu stopped and left the Sword Tower, heading towards the new talent summit. As the vice-captain of the Zhentian battle team, Qin Shanha naturally went as well. When Chu Mu and Qin Shanha arrived at the new talent summit, a large number of battle teams had already gathered. The members of the Demon Slayer battle team had already arrived. Their leader was still Jin Yanlei. Jin Yanlei had his hands behind his back. His gaze was cold and his brows were furrowed. There was a trace of irritation in his eyes. This year, the Demon Slayer battle team had suffered unimaginable losses. First, an official team was completely annihilated. Although an official team was not bad, it was nothing to the Demon Slayer battle team. After losing one, they could quickly form another one. However, they had lost another core team. In the entire Demon Slayer battle team, there were only 3 core teams. They were few in number and very rare. After all, a core team member's sword intent and profound had to be at the 5th revolution level. The captain's sword intent and profound had to be at the 6th revolution level. Even among the elite disciples, there were rare talents. Moreover, each of the true core teams were all veterans who had slaughtered countless experts of other races. They were all powerful and outstanding. It was not easy to pick. Losing a core team was a huge blow to the Demon Slayer squad. After investigating, they could not find out how the core team's annihilation. Who was the culprit? It was very simple. They didn't include Chu Mu in their investigation because they felt that with Chu Mu's strength, there was a limit to how strong he could be. How could he possibly kill a core team of the devil-slaying battle team? The investigation was still ongoing, and the recruitment of new members had to continue. Currently, the demon-slaying squad's overall strength had fallen to the bottom of the 3 great super squads. Most importantly, the annihilation of a core team had dealt a blow to the Demon Slayer battle team's reputation. These negative effects had to be eliminated. Demon Slayer battle team and God Slayer battle team also appeared. When they saw Jin Yanlei, their eyes twitched and a smile flashed in their eyes. The 3 super battle teams were competing with each other. The Demon Slayer battle team had suffered heavy losses, and their overall strength had dropped. They were naturally happy. Although they were happy, they still had to show it. There were originally 12 first-rate battle teams. Now, there were only 11 left. It was difficult to become a super battle team, but it was also not easy to become a first-rate battle team. The second-rate battle teams had also arrived. The third-rate battle teams had also arrived. Many of the unrated battle teams had also arrived. Some of them planned to participate in the new talent gathering, while others were purely here to watch the show. In the immemorial world, fortuitous encounters were everywhere. If a lucky person obtained a fortuitous encounter, their fate would often change. Some of the unrated battle team members, after obtaining a fortuitous encounter, had their talent and strength increased. Naturally, they were qualified to join a stronger battle team. At this time, Chu Mu and Qin Shanha had also arrived. When the members of the 3 super battle teams saw Chu Mu and Qin Shanha, they were first startled, then enraged. Especially Jin Yanlei. His eyes were extremely cold as he stared at Chu Mu. His gaze was sharp and forceful, as if he wanted to pierce through Chu Mu. The coldness in his gaze seemed to want to freeze Chu Mu's soul. However, Chu Mu had condensed his 3rd thought star, and his mental remembrance was much stronger. Facing the golden flame Thunder's gaze, he was completely able to remain calm. He indifferently glanced at the golden flame thunder and ignored it. Chu Mu's attitude immediately caused Jean Yanlei's heart to burn with anger. His eyes shot out a shocking cold light, like two sharp swords that shot towards Chu Mu. The gaze of a god condensation realm swordsman was also very frightening. It could hurt. Chu Mu's eyes also shot out a shocking sharp light, colliding with Jean Yanlei's gaze and shattering it. What a powerful mental power! Everyone was shocked. Jean Yanlei stared at Chu Mu without saying a word. He clenched his fists tightly. He didn't know why, but the current Chu Mu actually made him feel a trace of threat. If it was any other place, Jean Yanlei would definitely attack and kill Chu Mu. Unfortunately, this was the elite disciple area. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he didn't dare to attack. Emblem. Chu Mu and Qin Shanhe both have battle team emblems. They have formed an official battle team. Amazing. There hasn't been an official battle team for more than a year. Now, 2 battle teams have been formed consecutively. One is Sikong Zhan's Stardust battle team, and the other is Chu Mu's battle team. I wonder what they are called. Chu Mu and Sikong Zhan have arranged a battle. I wonder who will win in the end. I think it's impossible. Surpassing the 3 super battle teams? Dream on. Discussions rose one after another. Chu Mu and Qin Shanhe didn't pay any attention to them. Instead, they casually chose a spot to stand and waited for the rookie summit to begin. At this moment, Chu Mu's gaze seemed to be attracted and naturally looked to the front. Sikong Zhan. He said these 3 words with his own voice. Sure enough, Sikong Zhan slowly walked over with his team members. Sikong Zhan, who was wearing a starry robe, had an extraordinary aura. His aura was many times stronger than before. Sikong Zhan also saw Chu Mu. His gaze fell on the emblem on Chu Mu's chest. He smiled knowingly and lost a trace of his previous indifference. Your battle team has also been officially formed. The competition between us can be considered to have truly begun. Sikong Zhan walked to Chu Mu's side and said slowly, Chu Mu nodded. Sikong Zhan didn't say anything else. Instead, it was the few members beside him that were sizing up Chu Mu. They knew about the arranged battle between Sikong Zhan and Chu Mu, but they didn't think much of it in their hearts. They felt that it was just a waste of time. How could Chu Mu be Sikong Zhan's opponent, whether it was in terms of individual strength or the development of a battle team? Chu Mu had concealed his aura. They couldn't see how strong Chu Mu was and could only make subjective guesses. Chu Mu also glanced at them. His sharp eyes immediately saw through their depths. In terms of the development of a battle team, Sikong Zhan's Stardust battle team was indeed ahead of Chu Mu's Zhen Tian battle team. The current Stardust battle team, including Sikong Zhan, had a total of 6 people. The first of the 13 champions, Fei Kong, who had always followed Sikong Zhan, was also among them. Seeing Chu Mu, Fei Kang's gaze was somewhat complicated. Step by step, from disdain to respect, then to respect, and finally to look up. The change happened inadvertently, but it brought about shock time after time. Basically, all the members of the battle team had arrived. The new elite disciples had also basically all arrived. There weren't many of them, only 20 or so. It didn't seem like much. Of course, there were also a few unrated battle team members who thought that their strength had greatly increased. The battle had begun. Who can compete in the Rookie Summit? Chu Mu and the others were looking at each swordsman's performance, judging whether or not they had the qualifications to be recruited into their battle teams. Although the Zhen Tian battle team was only a third-rate battle team, and a newly established one at that, Chu Mu's requirements were very high. Ordinary elite disciples couldn't even enter his eyes, seeking the best, preferring nothing to substandard. As he watched, Chu Mu couldn't help shaking his head. Sikong Zhan also didn't have any intentions of recruiting them. They were too weak. Although he didn't follow Chu Mu's strategy, he still required members with sufficient talent to have value in nurturing them. The 3 super battle teams also didn't enter their eyes. Only those third-rate and second-rate battle teams had the intention of recruiting members. "I'll also come and play." A rough voice came from not far away. Following that, a tall figure madly rushed over. The ground trembled slightly, and the sound was like the sound of a drum. Seeing that tall figure leap up, Chu-Mu was slightly startled, thinking that his eyes were playing tricks on him. With a bang, the sword battle stage shook. That tall figure landed on it. He was over 2 meters tall, with bronze skin and bulging muscles. His clothes seemed to be about to burst. Power, power, and even more power. At first glance, this person brought about an extremely strong impact of power. It was shocking. Following that, the sword on his back was a huge door-like sword. It caused people's eyes to freeze, and they were filled with dread. Expert. From a sword, one could also tell the strength of a swordsman. For a door-like sword, an ordinary swordsman wouldn't be able to wield it. Those who could wield it were definitely people with extremely tyrannical physical strength. Such people usually had unique talents, and their strength wouldn't be weak. The eyes of the 3 super battle teams burned with passion. It was the same for the other battle teams. All of them stared at the figure on the sword battle stage as if it was a delicious cake. "Who will fight with me?" Two Gangs shouted. He pulled out his huge sword and stabbed it into the ground beside his feet. His might was unparalleled. Just this aura alone was enough to cause people to be afraid. Chu-Mu was speechless. Tu Gang was a disciple of the Hongtian sect. Now that he appeared in the Sky Edge Sword Palace, what was going on? Could it be that he was here for an exchange? Running here to fight and dampen the spirit of the Sky Edge Sword Palace's elite disciples? All right, no matter what the reason was, Tu Gang had appeared, and he was right here. As for what would happen next, Chu-Mu didn't know. Chapter 718. His aura was like that of a primordial beast, tyrannical and full of power. Standing on the sword battle stage, Tu Gang looked down on everyone. For a moment, none of the new elite disciples dared to step onto the sword battle stage to battle Tu Gang. If your performance is outstanding, you may become a member of my demon-slaying battle team. Jean Yanlei said, breaking the awkward silence. "I'll go." Immediately, a swordsman jumped onto the stage. This swordsman's strength was not bad among the swordsmen in the new summit. His sword intent and profound had both reached the second transition. "Come." The challenger pulled out his sword and pointed it at Tu Gang. His voice was like thunder, as if he was trying to boost his courage. Most people would be shocked when they first saw Tu Gang. They would be shocked by his powerful physique and the terrifying, door-like, great sword on his back. Thus, they would overlook everything else. Gradually, everyone calmed down. Thinking about it carefully, even if Tu Gang's physique and great sword were so outstanding, it only meant that he had a unique talent in strength. It only meant that his potential in strength was extraordinary, and his future achievements would not be low. It did not mean that his current strength was tyrannical. Understanding this point, the challenger's heart gradually calmed down, and he adjusted his condition to the peak. Tu Gang smiled without saying anything. With a wave of his right hand, the door-like, great sword was unsheathed from his back. As he waved it, it created a whooshing sound. It was the sound of wind breaking that made people's hearts tremble. This move displayed Tu Gang's astonishing strength, causing the challenger to feel a sense of trepidation. "Take this!" His aura exploded, and the challenger's figure flashed. Like a bird soaring through the sky, he landed on the ground and stabbed out with his sword. Tu Gang chuckled. Without any pretense, he held the door-like, great sword in his right hand and swept it out. A strong wind tore through the air and whooshing sounds could be heard. He did not use any control of his strength, but simply used his tyrannical body to release a burst of strength. A thunderous explosion sounded out, and the challenger's face was filled with shock. His sword hadn't even reached Tu Gang when it was struck by Tu Gang's terrifying sword wind, and he couldn't dodge it at all. Like swatting a fly, he was swatted away. In midair, the challenger spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. There was pain everywhere. Chu Mu looked at this scene speechlessly, while the others were surprised. It was hard to tell how strong Tu Gang was from this attack, because he did not use his sword intent or profound. He only used his physical strength to fight and defeated a second transition swordsman in an instant. At the same time, the crowd was also guessing whether Tu Gang had only cultivated his physical strength and neglected the cultivation of his sword origin. Not long after, there were more challengers, but without exception, they were all sent flying by Tu Gang's sword. Not a single one of them was able to make Tu Gang attack more than once. He didn't even have to use his true strength. He defeated more than a dozen challengers in a row. His method was simple and crude, and it shocked everyone. No one dared to challenge him anymore. Without a doubt, Tu Gang had become the strongest in the new talent summit. However, Chu Mu was somewhat speechless. With Tu Gang's 6th transition strength, he was not much weaker than him. Even if he wanted to dampen the spirit of the Sky Edge Sword Palace's elite disciples, he shouldn't have chosen these 1st and 2nd transition swordsmen. After interacting for a few months, although they did not talk much, Chu Mu still had some understanding of Tu Gang. He was not the kind of person who would bully the weak. Forget it. With Tu Gang's strength, he would not be a threat to the Sky Edge Sword Palace. I wonder what your name is. Jean Yanlei's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked. He guessed that this person's sword intent and profound had at least reached the 4th transition, or even the 5th. No matter what, he was a very good genius and was worth recruiting. Tu Gang. Tu Gang smiled. Sir Tu Gang, join our demon-slaying battle team. I can make the decision to give you the treatment of a core disciple and focus on nurturing you. Jean Yanlei said with a smile, sincerely inviting Tu Gang. The current demon-slaying battle team needed new blood, especially new blood with outstanding talent. Since the demon-slaying battle team was like this, the monster-slaying battle team and god-slaying battle team naturally invited Tu Gang as well, promising him all sorts of benefits as long as he was willing to join their battle teams. Tu Gang was definitely a genius. Moreover, with his physique and unparalleled strength, he was a rare and special genius. If such a genius was nurtured well, he would be able to rely on his own unique ability to hold his own. Compared to ordinary geniuses, this kind of special genius was much more popular. The 3 super battle teams continued to invite Tu Gang, promising him all sorts of benefits and competing continuously. However, Tu Gang's expression was indifferent, and he was not moved at all. Although those first-rate battle teams were tempted, they knew that they could not compare to the 3 super battle teams, so they endured and did not make a sound. It had to be said that this was a kind of tragedy, because if they competed with the 3 super battle teams, it would undoubtedly be the same as becoming their enemy. They would very likely be suppressed by the 3 super battle teams. Because of a genius, the entire battle team would be suppressed, and it would be difficult for them to develop. Such a price was too heavy. As a result, those powerful swordsmen were divided up by the 3 super battle teams, and those left behind were often leftovers. If a battle team wanted to develop, it would be extremely difficult. Join my Stardust battle team. I will give you everything you want. Sikong Zhan said. He was not afraid of the 3 super battle teams, because his goal was to surpass them. Moreover, the power behind him was terrifying, and he could ignore the threat of the 3 super battle teams. Many people were waiting for Chu Mu to speak. After all, Chu Mu had an agreement with Sikong Zhan, and he also had conflicts with the demon-slaying battle team. What made people disappointed was that Chu Mu did not speak, because he knew Tu Gang's identity. He was definitely not an ordinary disciple of the Hongtian sect. I heard that there is a battle team called the Zhen Tian battle team. Tu Gang suddenly opened his mouth and said something that shocked everyone. Instantly, everyone's eyes focused on Chu Mu. Even Qin Shanha was the same. Tu Gang stared at Chu Mu, as if he did not know Chu Mu, and said to Chu Mu, You must be the captain of the Zhen Tian battle team, right? I would like to apply to join the Zhen Tian battle team." In an instant, Two Gang's words caused a commotion. Chu Mu didn't immediately reply. Instead, he furrowed his brows. This scene was seen by everyone, and they immediately felt shocked. The three super battle teams had promised him all kinds of benefits, and Sikongjan had also said that he would give Two Gang everything he wanted, and sincerely invited Two Gang to join their battle team. However, Two Gang ignored them and chose the Zhen Tian battle team. The Zhen Tian battle team did not invite him, nor did they promise him any benefits. If it was any other battle team, they would be overjoyed at this moment. However, the captain of the Zhen Tian battle team, Chu Mu, actually frowned as if he was unwilling. Crazy, the world had gone crazy. The three super battle teams' faces were extremely ugly, and they stared at Chu Mu fiercely. "I am an elite disciple of the Sky Sharp Sword Palace," Two Gang said. "If I join the Zhen Tian battle team, I will not need anything from the battle team. I will obtain all the cultivation needs by myself." Two Gang's words caused a third round of shock. The three super battle teams had promised him all kinds of benefits, but they were all ignored by Two Gang. Instead, he took the initiative to join the Zhen Tian battle team, and even said that he did not need any benefits from the battle team, and that he would obtain all the cultivation needs by himself. Heavens, is this a dream? The swordsmen groaned in their hearts, and even Qin Shanha stood there in a daze, as if his brain had been frozen. Everything that was happening in front of them had exceeded their imagination and expectations. "Your application has been approved." Chu Mu looked deeply at Two Gang, nodded, and said, "Captain, new member Two Gang reporting." Two Gang jumped down the stage and landed in front of Chu Mu and said seriously, regarding Chu Mu, he was only curious at first, but Chu Mu's strength made him admire him. Then, in the Tao of Sealing, Chu Mu's attainments shocked Two Gang. As a true genius, it was hard for him to admire others, but Chu Mu really made him admire him. Therefore, Two Gang came to the Sky Edge Sword Palace. Originally, Chu Mu didn't hold much hope that he would be able to recruit a member. However, the world was just so mysterious and unpredictable. Not only did he recruit a member, but it was also a powerful and talented member with astonishing fighting strength. The harvest was unexpectedly good. As for the others, Chu Mu did not think highly of them and did not plan to recruit them. The Zhen Tian battle team only needed a small team, and that was the Zhen Tian team. Every member was an elite among elites, a genius among geniuses. Chu Mu did not dare to hope that he would be able to recruit several of them in a single new talent summit. With the attitude of a victor, Chu Mu left the new talent summit with Qin Shanha and Two Gang. A smile flashed across Sikongjan's face, while Jin Yanlei's eyes were almost spitting fire. Those were flames of anger, flames that came from the bottom of his heart. It was as if he wanted to burn Chu Mu to ashes. The members of the Monster Slayer battle team and the God Slayer battle team smiled bitterly. At the same time, they were furious. However, they were different from Jin Yanlei. Even if they were unhappy, they understood that the choice was made by Two Gang himself. If they still wanted to find trouble with Chu Mu, it would show that they were too petty. The recruitment of a new member was equivalent to the Zhen Tian battle team and the Demon Slayer battle team clashing once again and winning completely. Qin Shanha was very happy. He could not see through Two Gang's strength, but he must be very strong. Joining the Zhen Tian battle team would allow the Zhen Tian battle team to grow stronger. Moreover, it was also a development for the Zhen Tian battle team, and its momentum was good. As for Chu Mu, he had some questions in his heart that he needed answers from Two Gang. The three of them came to Chu Mu's sword tower together. Two Gang took out 3 wine gourds that contained the 10,000 beasts' blood. "Speak. Why did a disciple of the Hongtian sect come to the Sky Edge Sword Palace to be an elite disciple?" Chu Mu asked. Qin Shanha was stunned as he looked at Two Gang. He did not expect Two Gang to be a disciple of the Hongtian sect. since he was a disciple of the Hongtian sect. Why did he come to the Sky Edge Sword Palace? Did he betray them? Chapter 719. Tu Gang gave a reasonable explanation for becoming an elite disciple of Sky Edge Sword Palace. He did not betray the Hongtian sect. The Sky Edge Sword Palace was different from other factions as it didn't have many rules and regulations. It welcomed swordsmen from the outside world to join, be it the Great Sky Sect's disciples or the Tantai clan's disciples. They could all become disciples of the Sky Edge Sword Palace. And Tu Gang's goal was to fight alongside Chumu. Alright, no matter what, Tu Gang was already here, and he had become a member of Zhen Tian's battle team. Next, they went to War Stop building to register and obtain the Battle Merit Sword token. Then, Chumu gave Tu Gang a battle emblem. Now, let's go to Crimson Wasteland and earn battle points. We must earn more this time. Chumu said. The 3 members of Zhen Tian's battle team entered Sky Edge Valley and went straight into Crimson Wasteland to hunt. Qin Shanha had rank 5 strength, while Tu Gang had rank 6 peak stage strength. Chumu was even stronger than Tu Gang. With such a combination, Chumu also summoned Bawang. The 3 people and 1 beast immediately created a killing wind in Crimson Wasteland. Everywhere they passed, there would be no life left. During the day, they mainly killed immemorial beasts. When they encountered variant humans, they also killed them. During the night, if blood devils appeared, they would also kill them. Every day, the 3 of them had great gains, and the Battle Merit Sword token's battle merit points were increasing continuously. Bawang's strength was also increasing as it devoured immemorial beasts' essences and variant humans' corpses, reaching rank 5. Time passed quickly. Zhen Tian's battle team went deep into Crimson Wasteland. The immemorial beasts and variant humans that appeared here were all stronger, at least rank 5 strength. Stronger strength meant more battle merit points. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, when there wasn't any danger, Chumu would take some time to study the 7th imprint of the 9-cycle Heavenly Heart shocking imprint. He would also explain to Tu Gang and Qin Shana how to use the 9-cycle heart imprint to combine with the cold and evil aura to increase the refining efficiency. A month passed, and the Zhen Tian battle team set off to return. Bawang's strength was at rank 5 peak stage. Chu Mu and the other 2's strength did not change, but they obtained a large number of battle points. Including the remaining battle achievement points, Chu Mu now had 1,364 battle achievement points on his battle achievement sword token. Qin Shanha's battle achievement sword token had 682 battle achievement points. Tu Gang's battle achievement sword token didn't have as many battle achievement points as Chu Mu, but it wasn't any less than Qin Shanha's. He also had over 600 battle achievement points. In addition, the 7th hand seal of the 9 revolutions, Heaven Shock seal, was finally completed. They rushed back to Sky Peak Valley without stopping. After returning to the elite disciple area, the 3 of them split up and went on their own. After Chu Mu returned to the Sword Tower to rest for a while, he left for the Myriad Evil Valley. The chilly, baleful aura in the Myriad Evil Valley was still the same. The deeper one went, the denser it became. It was unknown how this Myriad Evil Valley was formed, but the chilly, baleful aura was so dense. Every day, some swordsmen would enter to temper themselves and exhaust the chilly, baleful aura, but the chilly, baleful aura did not decrease. After successfully condensing the 3rd mental star, Chu Mu could enter the deeper parts of the Myriad Evil Valley. He continued to walk deeper, and when he was about to reach his limit, he stopped and stood in the middle of the dense, chilly, baleful aura. He allowed the chilly, baleful aura to enter his mental world and envelop his metal profound and sword intent. Chu Mu started to form hand seals with his hands. The 7th hand seal of the 9 revolutions Heaven Shock seal was formed, and his mental cultivation method was also activated. The 3 mental stars in his mental world started to flicker with dazzling radiance. A tyrannical and pure mental intent was released and condensed into one. It controlled the chilly, baleful aura and the 9 revolutions heaven shock seal to cooperate with each other, increasing the tempering efficiency. With an increase of more than 5 times, Chu Mu could feel the effects of tempering. 1364 battle points. Using 10 battle points every day, Chu Mu could stay in the Myriad Evil Valley for 136 days. With the current tempering efficiency of more than 5 times, it was enough for him to temper his sword intent and metal profound to the 7th revolution. 7th revolution. Just thinking about it made Chu Mu extremely excited. Chu Mu was wholeheartedly cultivating, so Tu Gang and Qin Shanha naturally did not fall behind. Tu Gang's sword intent and power profound had both reached the peak of the 6th revolution, which was basically his limit. It was impossible for him to reach the 7th revolution, unless his soul became even more powerful. Therefore, Tu Gang also began to temper his 2nd profound. The 1st profound was power profound, and the 2nd profound was speed profound. Possessing great strength, coupled with extraordinary speed, the effect produced by the combination of the two was extremely shocking. Just think about it, a big guy with great power and terrifying speed would be an astonishing existence, an opponent that would make many people feel despair. Qin Shanha temporarily stopped cultivating the burning blood transformation and focused on tempering his sword intent and profound. He was currently at the 5th revolution, and his goal was the 6th revolution. The 6th revolution should also be his limit. After tempering for a few days, Qin Shanha and Tu Gang both entered the Myriad Evil Valley. With their battle points, it was enough for them to stay in the Myriad Evil Valley for more than 60 days. If they used it well, it would be enough to increase their strength by quite a bit. The Myriad Evil Valley's cold and gloomy aura was endless, constantly erupting from the depths. Chu Mu's position was rather deep. At least, among the entire Sky Edge Sword Palace's elite disciples, only he could reach this place. Of course, if a divine condensation realm swordsman wanted to, they could also reach this place, and even go deeper than Chu Mu. However, the Myriad Evil Valley was useless for divine condensation realm swordsmen. Their powerful divine sense and mental world would prevent the cold and gloomy aura from entering. This was a natural defense. Time passed day by day. Chu Mu wholeheartedly tempered his sword intent. The 3 mind stars allowed his mental force to recover at an extremely fast speed. It was in a state where the consumption and recovery were balanced, and there was no need for rest. Under such tempering, his sword intent became purer and purer. It went from the early 6th revolution to the middle 6th revolution, and then it slowly increased, slowly approaching the late 6th revolution. After around 2 months, his sword intent finally reached the late 6th revolution, nearing the peak. After another 2 days, his sword intent reached the peak 6th revolution, and Chu Mu's attack power increased by a few %. This was undoubtedly a very obvious and terrifying increase. Next, I'll break through to the 7th revolution. Thinking to himself, Chu Mu withdrew his mental force and rested for a while. After 2 months of focused tempering, although the recovery of his mental force could not keep up with the consumption rate, his mind could not help but feel tired. Chu Mu emptied his mind, allowing the cold and gloomy aura to corrode his sword intent and metal profound. His mind seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. Half a day later, Chu Mu woke up. He felt refreshed, his mind recovered, and his tiredness was gone. Forming hand seals with both hands again, and using his mental cultivation method, Chu Mu continued tempering his sword intent. Breaking through from the peak 6th revolution to the 7th revolution was not easy. Time passed quickly and 3 days passed. The progress was very small, but it still increased bit by bit, reaching the limit of the 6th revolution. After continuous refinement, Chu Mu knew that he was about to break through very soon. After another 2 days, the extreme 6th circle sword intent which was wrapped in a cold, evil aura and a tyrannical spirit, suddenly vibrated. With a buzzing sound, an astonishing sharpness was born from the depths of the sword intent, cutting the spirit and the cold, evil aura into pieces. Chu Mu could only use his mental force to observe the transformation of the sword intent. The shocking sharpness spread out from the depths of the sword intent and attacked the sword intent. The sword intent seemed to have undergone some kind of change, as if it had turned from steel to refined steel. The sharpness on the edge of the sword intent was incomparably terrifying, cutting through everything. Nothing could not be broken. Chu Mu's soul could not help but feel a trace of coldness, which was brought about by the sharpness of the sword intent. The 7th revolution sword intent was even more terrifying than the 6th revolution sword intent. Even if it was just the beginning of the 7th revolution, this sharpness shocked even Chu Mu himself. Using his mental force to touch the sword intent, the pure mental force was directly cut apart by the sharpness of the sword intent. This sword intent, if used as an attack, Chu Mu could not help but gasp. Gradually calming down, Chu Mu began tempering the profound of metal. According to the tempering progress of the sword intent, he could definitely temper the profound of metal to the 7th revolution before he used up all his battle points. His mental force mixed with the cold and gloomy aura, and under his control, it enveloped the profound of metal. Over the past 2 months, the cold, baleful aura had been constantly corroding the profundity of metal, causing the profundity of metal to be tempered to a certain extent. Therefore, after a few days, the profundity of metal had naturally advanced from the early 6th revolution to the middle 6th revolution, and its speed was even faster than the sword intent. However, the following tempering was about the same as the progress of the sword intent. Chu Mu could not help but rejoice that he had temporarily sealed the other profound of metal. Otherwise, the traction formed by so many profound of metal would greatly delay the tempering of the profound of metal, and it would take more time and resources. Time flew by, and Chu Mu seemed to have forgotten everything in the outside world. He was completely immersed in the tempering of the profound of metal. The profound of metal reached the late 6th revolution, then the peak of the 6th revolution, and then the peak of the 6th revolution. Soon after, it reached the peak of the 6th revolution. At this time, only 50 days had passed, not even 60 days had passed. The peak of the 6th revolution, and the next step was to break through to the 7th revolution. 2 days later, a terrifying power appeared in the gold ultimacy. It was a sharp power. The sharpness of the gold ultimacy was different from the sharpness of the sword intent. However, they were both extremely sharp and could cut through everything. That sharp energy emerged from the metal Upanishad and engulfed the entire metal Upanishad. It compressed the metal Upanishad and made it even smaller. Its color became even more dazzling and dazzling. There seemed to be a sharpness at the edge of the profound of metal as well. The 7th revolution, the profound of metal, had reached the 7th revolution as he wished. The terrifying 7th revolution sword intent and the terrifying 7th revolution gold profound meaning. When the two of them were combined, how tyrannical would the power be? For a moment, Chu Mu could not imagine. Chapter 720. As he opened his eyes, 2 rays of golden light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the dense, baleful qi and leaving behind 2 10-meter-long trails. Only after 10 breaths of time did they dissipate. 7th revolution sword intent, 7th revolution metal profound, displayed an unparalleled sharpness that was unstoppable. Even the void seemed to be pierced through. Powerful, an extremely powerful feeling. However, even Chu Mu himself was unable to determine just how powerful he was now. Facing an ordinary god condensation realm swordsman, without using the burning blood transformation, he might be able to contend against them. Using the power of the origin realm to contend against an ordinary god condensation realm swordsman, even if it was only an ordinary God condensation realm swordsman, would be extremely shocking. This was because there was a huge gap between the origin realm and the God condensation realm, an insurmountable gap. My sword intent and metal profound have both just reached the 7th revolution. But if I want to continue refining them, I will need to research the 8th seal of the 9 revolution, Heavenly Shocking Seal, or use more battle points to continue refining them in the 1,000 Evil Valley. The golden light in Chu Mu's eyes disappeared, revealing a pair of clear eyes, as if the baleful chi could not obstruct them. Checking the battle record sword token, there were not many battle points left, only 64. This meant that Chu Mu had stayed here for a total of 130 days. The remaining battle points were only enough for him to stay in the 1,000 Evil Valley for 6 days. 6 days would not have much of a tempering effect on his sword intent and profound meaning that had reached the 7th revolution. Chu Mu prepared to leave the 1,000 Evil Valley, but after taking 2 steps he stopped. After thinking for a while, he turned around and walked deeper into the 1,000 Evil Valley. Chu Mu's idea was very simple. Since his sword intent and profound had both reached the 7th revolution, his strength had increased by several folds. He could definitely go deeper into the 1,000 Evil Valley. Since his battle points had already been deducted for today, it would not take much time to go deeper. Chu Mu was still very curious about the 1,000 Evil Valley. The baleful chi here could no longer bring any pressure to Chu Mu. Stepping forward, Chu Mu rapidly advanced, heading deeper into the 1,000 Evil Valley. As they continued forward, the cold and gloomy evil chi became denser and denser. Chu Mu even suspected that the cold and gloomy evil chi in the depths of the myriad Evil Valley would eventually take on a liquid or even a solid state. While walking, the extremely dense murderous aura washed over Chu Mu's body, continuously invading his spirit world. It wrapped around the sword intent and the metal profound, corroding and quenching, increasing the efficiency. Chu Mu didn't know how long he had been walking in the depths. He only felt that his spiritual world was filled to the point that it almost solidified. There was a feeling of swelling, as if he had eaten too much. It was uncomfortable. I'm almost at my limit. Chu Mu thought to himself. The cold, baleful chi around him had already reached the limit of being a gas. Occasionally, a few strands of cold, baleful chi would appear. The liquid, cold, fiendish aura didn't invade Chu Mu's mental world, because Chu Mu's mental world was already filled with dense, cold, fiendish aura. When the cold, fiendish aura swept past his body, Chu Mu immediately felt his body tremble. His blood almost solidified and his body almost froze. Let's take a few more steps forward and see. Chu Mu thought to himself. He calmed his mind and concentrated, circulating the sword energy. He once again took a step forward, walking in step by step. After approximately 30 steps, he encountered more and more gloomy, fiendish air currents. Basically, the ratio of the gloomy, fiendish air currents reached 70 to 30%. The terrifying, gloomy, fiendish air currents caused Chu Mu to be unable to go any further. Even his protective sword aura was torn apart, and his clothes became tattered. Just as he was about to turn around and go back, he suddenly felt something hard hit his body. Chu Mu reacted quickly. He stretched out his hand and immediately grabbed the hard object that hit his body. His eyes were filled with 2 layers of golden light. The sharp golden light pierced through the cold, baleful chi and landed on the object in his hand. It was a gray crystal the size of a soybean. It emitted a shocking wave of cold, baleful chi. This is the crystallization of cold, baleful chi. Chu Mu's pupils shrank as he exclaimed. However, there was no one else in this place except for him. Therefore, no one knew the shock in Chu Mu's heart. Energy could be divided into 3 states: gaseous, liquid, and solid. The gaseous state was the initial state, and also the state in which the energy was the thinnest. Once the energy reached the limit, it would evolve into a liquid state. For example, the sword chi cultivated by a swordsman would gradually purify and condense into sword energy at the origin realm. Sword chi was in the gaseous state, while sword energy was in the liquid state. The energy in the liquid state was many times purer than the gaseous state in terms of quantity and purity. The solid state was when the liquid state reached the limit. It was further purified and condensed into a solid state. The energy contained in the solid state was many times more than the liquid state. The soybean-sized, cold, baleful chi crystal that Chumu had accidentally obtained was the product of cold, baleful chi evolving from the gaseous state to the liquid state and then to the solid state. The cold, baleful chi could not be brought out of the Thousand Evil Valley. Once it left the valley, it would automatically dissipate. No one knew why. Then, could the cold, baleful chi crystal be brought out of the Thousand Evil Valley? If it was possible, thinking of this, Chumu felt a little excited. Golden light filled his eyes. The golden light that could penetrate all things instantly broke through the cold, baleful chi and forced it out. However, the cold, baleful chi here was too dense. Even if Chumu tried his best, he could only see 10 meters in front of him. His body did not move, and even his breathing became long, as if he had disappeared. Suddenly, Chumu stretched out his hand. His forefinger and middle finger clamped a small, hard object. It was another soybean-sized, cold, baleful chi crystal. Following the same pattern, Chumu stayed here, constantly searching for cold, baleful chi crystals. Once he found one, he would immediately collect it. However, there was not enough liquid yin chi in this place, let alone solid yin chi crystals. Those soybean-sized yin chi crystals were most likely broken yin chi crystals that had been swept out by the cold yin chi in the deeper parts of the Thousand Evil Valley, where the liquid yin chi and solid yin chi intersected. After staying here for 2 hours, he had reached his limit. If he continued to stay here, it would only cause damage to his spiritual world. Chumu could only take a few steps back and turn around to leave. His harvest was not very big. He only obtained 13 soybean-sized, cold, baleful chi crystals. After leaving the range of the cold, baleful chi, Chumu took out a new robe and put it on. He thought to himself that he should find a suitable robe, so that he would not have to change it every time his robe was broken. Moreover, the robe had a considerable amount of defensive power, which was equivalent to an extra layer of protection. Previously, he had obtained the golden blood robe from the burning blood sword of Gojoseon. However, it was a high emperor level robe. Only those who had reached the god condensation realm could wear it. Otherwise, they would not be able to bear it. This was the limitation of the robe. In the origin realm, no matter how strong they could only wear king-level robes. However, robes were even rarer than armor. This was because it was extremely difficult to make. It could not be forged at all. Only god adjudicators with special professions could make them. Therefore, the price of robes was extremely high. Those who could afford to wear robes were all extremely wealthy and powerful. After leaving the Thousand Evil Valley, Chumu took out the battle record sword token and sent a message to Tu Gang and Qin Shanha. There was a huge difference between the battle record sword token and the temporary battle record sword token. One of the differences was that the battle record sword token could send messages to each other within a certain range. This range was 10 miles. In the past, the demon-slaying battle team that had died under Chumu's sword were basically instantly killed by Chumu. Even if they were not instantly killed, they were under the pressure of Chumu. They could not afford to be distracted, let alone use the battle record sword token to send messages. Moreover, 10 miles was nothing in the Crimson Wasteland. It was very likely that they would not be able to find other battle team members within 100 miles. After receiving Chumu's battle record sword token, Tu Gang and Qin Shanha immediately rushed to Chumu's sword tower. After more than 60 days of tempering in the Thousand Evil Valley, coupled with their respective 9 revolving heart seals and the method taught by Chumu, The tempering efficiency had greatly increased. Two gangs, sword intent and strength ultimacy, had both reached the peak of the sixth revolution, the true limit. His speed ultimacy had also reached the third revolution, which was very rare. Qin Shanha's sword intent and ultimacy were still at the fifth revolution. However, there was an obvious improvement from the early fifth revolution to the middle fifth revolution. His attack power had also increased. Currently, our Zhantian battle team only has 3 people. We still need 7 more. Chu Mu glanced at Tu Gang and Qin Shanha and said, "Next, our mission, other than increasing our own strength, is to try our best to find suitable members to develop the Zhantian battle team. Captain wants to create an elite battle team. I have a candidate in mind, but this guy is very arrogant." Tu Gang said after a slight hesitation. "Who?" Chu Mu revealed a trace of curiosity. Qin Shanha also stared at Tu Gang. "This guy is Tantai Liuguang, the number 1 in the inner courtyard of the Tantai clan under the God Condensation Realm. He is very cold and arrogant. He doesn't like to talk and is my sworn enemy." Tu Gang said. He seemed to have thought of something, and his tone was a little annoyed. "Then who is stronger between you and Tantai Liuguang?" Qin Shanha asked. "Previously his strength was indeed slightly stronger than mine, but now I am definitely stronger than him." Tu Gang immediately said. Tantai Liuguang comprehended the light ultimacy. His sword speed is very fast, just like the Aurora. If he is willing to join the Zhantian battle team, I will welcome him. Chu Mu smiled and said, "Arrogance was the privilege of a powerful swordsman. Arrogance without strength was an empty arrogance. Arrogance with strength was a kind of imposing manner." Chu Mu wasn't afraid of Tantai Liuguang being arrogant. He was only afraid that Tantai Liuguang didn't have strength. "All right, I will go and invite him now," Tu Gang said, and immediately stood up to leave. He had 2 identities. He was an elite disciple of the Sky Edge Sword Palace and a disciple of the Hongtian sect. If he wanted to contact Tantai Liuguang, he had plenty of means. Tantai Liuguang is the number 1 in the Tantai clan under the God Condensation Realm. He is your old rival. Your status in the Hongtian sect shouldn't be low, right? Chu Mu said secretly. However, Tu Gang didn't mention his identity, and Chu Mu didn't have the intention to ask. In short, as long as it wasn't disadvantageous to the Zhantian battle team, he didn't care about his identity. Around 1 hour later, Tu Gang returned to the sword tower. "I have already informed him. Within 3 days, this guy will definitely come." Tu Gang said. Chapter 7:21. During these 3 days, Chu Mu cultivated as usual and took some time to study the Yin Spectre crystals. He realized that the Yin Spectre crystals, which were the size of a soybean, had extremely pure Yin Spectre chi. When he absorbed it into his spiritual world, it automatically corroded and tempered the sword intent and metal quintessence. Each crystal could last for a day. He was also studying the 8th hand seal of the 9 Revolution Heaven Shocking Seal. Chu Mu shockingly realized that he still didn't feel the limit of the 7th revolution of the sword intent and metal quintessence. This meant that he could continue to temper and reach the 8th revolution or even higher. The 7th revolution of the sword intent and metal quintessence was already so powerful. If it was the 8th revolution, how powerful would it be? For a moment, Chu Mu couldn't imagine how powerful it would be. However, it would take at least 3 months to complete the 8th hand seal. After completing it, he would have to temper it. Even in the Thousand Evil Valley, with 5 times the efficiency, it would still take 6 to 7 months. 3 days later, Tu Gang came again with Qin Shanha and a stranger. This person looked to be around 26 or 27 years old. He had long hair, sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and an indifferent expression. There was a kind of indifference that didn't put anything in his eyes. This expression was just, as Tu Gang said, very arrogant. Tantai Liuguang, he is Chu Mu, the captain of the Zhantian battle team. He is stronger than me. Tu Gang said to the young swordsman with a cold and arrogant expression. Tantai Liuguang looked at Chu Mu. His eyes burst out with an astonishingly sharp radiance. When it shot into Chu Mu's eyes, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. As for Qin Shanha, Tantai Liuguang directly ignored him. Tantai clan wasn't the strongest person in the inner courtyard under the god condensation realm for nothing. A swordsman like Qin Shanha couldn't even block a single sword from Tantai Liuguang and was like an ant. Naturally, Tantai Liuguang wouldn't put him in his eyes. On the other hand, he couldn't see through Chu Mu. He couldn't help but have some fear in his heart. He turned his gaze and looked at Tu Gang. What's wrong? You want to fight? Tu Gang chuckled. My strength is much stronger than before. Come. Tantai Liuguang only said one word. Immediately, the two of them went downstairs and arrived at the first floor of the sword tower, facing each other from a distance of more than 10 meters. Chu Mu and Qin Shanha also walked down to see how strong Tantai Liuguang was. Tu Gang made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and a huge sword that looked like a door appeared in his hand. As he swung the sword, a strong gust of wind whistled through the air, and one could vaguely see streams of air swirling around the edges of the huge sword. Tantai Liuguang did not speak. With a shake of his right hand, the sword was unsheathed, as if he had been holding it in his hand from the beginning. Tantai Liuguang's sword was the complete opposite of Tu Gang's sword. They were almost at two extremes. It was a sword as thick as a pinky finger. The body of the sword was oval-shaped and did not have a blade. The tip of the sword was very fine and sharp. Seeing this sword, Chu Mu's pupils instantly contracted. Like Tu Gang, this Tantai Liuguang was also a special genius. His sword was not suitable for slashing. Most likely, the swordsmanship that he practiced rarely used slashing or similar actions. Stabbing was the most important action, and slicing was the secondary action. Only such actions could bring out the true power of this kind of strange sword and display it to the extreme. Come on, this time I will beat you down. Tu Gang laughed and unsheathed his sword without hesitation. He held the huge sword tightly with both hands and swept it across. The terrifying sword wind roared, and the tyrannical power swept through everything. Tantai Liuguang's figure swayed. In an instant, it was as if he had turned into an aurora. He came close to Tu Gang and stabbed with his sword. A cold light, like the North Star, pierced through everything. Tu Gang's sword wind was torn apart in an instant, and could not hinder Tantai Liuguang at all. Under the ultimacy of light, Tantai Liuguang's speed reached the extreme. Qin Shanha could not see clearly at all. He only felt that an aurora flashed past his eyes, and there was no way for him to react. Chu Mu could barely catch a glimpse of Tantai Liuguang's figure. He saw the sword that Tantai Liuguang had stabbed out, and in an instant he was close to Tu Gang. Tu Gang was shocked. He activated the ultimacy of speed. Although he was not as fast as Tantai Liuguang's speed, he was still much faster than before. He reacted quickly, and the heavy sword suddenly accelerated, blocking in front of him. Tantai Liuguang's figure swayed and disappeared from Tu Gang's eyes. He appeared beside Tu Gang, and with a light slash his speed was still extremely fast. The ultimacy of light was unique in terms of speed. It was faster than the ultimacy of wind, and was not inferior to the ultimacy of speed. Moreover, it had an extremely strong penetrating power, and was not inferior to the ultimacy of gold. It was a very shocking power. In terms of power, the two ultimacies of light and darkness were more tyrannical than the ultimacy of 5 elements. Tu Gang quickly changed his move. Under Tantai Liuguang's attack, Tu Gang seemed to be in a difficult position. Chu Mu could not help but shake his head slightly because Tu Gang's strategy was wrong. He was good at strength, while Tantai Liuguang was good at speed. There was no absolute strength or weakness between strength and speed. It only depended on the user. Now, Tu Gang had given up his advantage in strength and used his weak speed to fight against Tantai Liuguang. It was normal for him to be at a disadvantage. After changing his move a few times, Tu Gang also realized that with his half-baked ultimacy of speed, he could not compete with Tantai Liuguang, let alone defeat him. Even if he refined the ultimacy of speed to the limit of the sixth revolution, it would still be difficult for him to compete with Tantai Liuguang in terms of speed. In the hands of different swordsmen, there were differences in the power of ultimacy of the same level. For example, even if Tantai Liuguang refined the ultimacy of strength to the limit of the sixth revolution, he still could not compare with Tu Gang. He changed again, giving up the ultimacy of speed and changing it to the ultimacy of power. The speed of each slash decreased obviously, but the power of each slash increased greatly. As he waved, the terrifying power moved the surrounding air, forming a terrifying wind pressure. Together with the power of the sword technique domain, the surrounding space was distorted. The disadvantage was reversed in an instant, and he was almost on par with Tantai Liuguang. Qin Shanha could not see Tantai Liuguang's figure clearly. He could only see a flash of light. Even with his mind power, he could not see clearly. As for Chu Mu, he squinted his eyes and covered it with his mind power. He focused all his attention on the battle between Tantai Liuguang and Tu Gang. He could clearly see the battle between Tantai Liuguang and Tu Gang. Chu Mu had seen Tu Gang's fighting style many times, so he was very clear about it. However, it was his first time seeing Tantai Liuguang's fighting style. Simple, direct, and fast. Every slash gave up all the elegance and only pursued the most direct and pure killing power. Thrusting was the main method, and slashing was the secondary method. Every move and style seemed to have been practiced thousands of times, and was just right. It was in the realm where there was more than enough and less than enough. Tu Gang's fighting style was also very simple. He opened and closed wide, and every slash was imposing and powerful. The two of them fought fiercely, but the damage to the surroundings was very small. It showed that the two of them had control over their own strength and had reached the limit of the frontier realm. Suddenly, the two figures separated. Tantai Liuguang sheathed his sword and looked coldly at Tu Gang. Tu Gang's expression changed, and finally he said with some anger, "Next time, I will definitely defeat you." Qin Shanha realized that Tu Gang's left cheek had a thin line of blood. It looked like it was caused by Tantai Liuguang's sword, and Tantai Liuguang was unscathed. This meant that Tantai Liuguang had the upper hand in this battle. However, this did not mean that Tantai Liuguang was stronger than Tu Gang. Once the fragrance of life and death fought, it was impossible to predict who would die in the end. "You want me to join the Zhen Tian battle team?" "Sure, but you have to defeat me." Tantai Liuguang ignored Tu Gang and looked at Chu Mu as he said, coldly, "Captain, teach him a lesson. This cold-faced guy only admires people who are stronger than him." Tu Gang sheathed his huge sword and laughed as he said to Chu Mu. Qin Shanha automatically retreated and gave way to Chu Mu and Tantai Liuguang. Looking straight at Chu Mu, Tantai Liuguang's eyes emitted a radiance that was shockingly strong. It was like two cold bolts of lightning, and it was frightening. In an instant, Tantai Liuguang drew his sword. His body seemed to have become one with the Liuguang sword, and he turned into a ray of light. He cut through the air and arrived in an instant. Even Tu Gang could not see his figure clearly. Spectators and participants had different feelings. Seeing Tantai Liuguang speed from the side, Tu Gang was shocked. This guy's speed is even faster. Not only was his movement speed fast, but the speed of his sword was also extremely fast. In the air, after Tantai Liuguang swept past, there was a slight but sharp sound of wind breaking. Tantai Liuguang's speed had completely exceeded the speed of sound. Chu Mu did not move an inch, as if he was scared silly. Facing Tantai Liuguang's sword, he seemed to be unable to deal with it. In an instant, Just as Tantai Liuguang's sword was about to stab Chumu, a horrifying sword intent was emitted from Chumu's body, and it rushed to the sky. The seals in the entire sword tower were automatically activated, and the rays of light flickered crazily, intercepting this sword intent that seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. The sharpness of the sword intent was unparalleled. It was earth-shattering, and the sword intent was invincible. The horrifying sword intent caused a temporary vacuum to appear around Chu Mu's body. It also caused Tu Gang, Qin Shanha, and Tantai Liuguang to tremble. Their hair stood on end, and their spiritual world was directly suppressed. Their muscles were also numb, and their blood almost froze. They were terrified. A terror that came from the soul engulfed their entire bodies, especially Qin Shanha. The difference between him and Chu Mu was too great. It was as if his entire body had been immobilized, and he was unable to move. Tantai Liuguang's sword move was instantly destroyed. That aurora-like conception was completely destroyed, and the sword that stabbed out was not as sharp as before. Chu Mu casually extended 2 fingers, and with a light pinch, he clamped the tip of Tantai Liuguang's sword, and it was unable to advance any further. Chu Mu's fingers contained the 7th Revolution, Sword Intent, and the 7th Revolution, Gold Profound, and the flowing light sword was unable to injure it. 7. Tu Gang and Qin Shanha's eyes protruded as they stared at Chu Mu. They stuttered and could not utter a complete sentence. They knew that Chu Mu was powerful, more powerful than them, but they never expected that his sword intent and profound had been refined to the 7th Revolution. 7th Revolution. Horrifying power. Tantai Liuguang's indifferent face was filled with shock and disbelief. The person in front of him had refined his sword intent and profound to the 7th Revolution. It was unimaginable. Chu Mu smiled slightly and released his fingers. Tantai Liuguang stared at Chu Mu and momentarily forgot to withdraw his sword. He maintained the posture of stabbing out, as if he had been frozen into a statue. For a moment, other than the sound of intense breathing, there was no other sound. Chapter 722. In a group, there had to be a pillar that could intimidate the other members and make the other members accept it wholeheartedly. Only then could the group be united and not have internal strife due to dissatisfaction with the other party and eventually fall apart. Geniuses had talents that ordinary people didn't have, which also caused them to have arrogance that ordinary people didn't have. That arrogance might be displayed externally, but it could also be hidden deep in their bones and souls. No matter what, geniuses wouldn't easily admire others, even if they were stronger than them. True geniuses had absolute confidence in themselves and believed that they weren't inferior to others. As long as they had enough time, they would be able to surpass others. However, there were some gaps that were destined to be uncrossable. It was because of such gaps that true geniuses would feel admiration from the bottom of their hearts. No matter if it was Tu Gang or Tantai Liuguang, they were both true geniuses. One of them was the #1 disciple under the God Condensation Realm in the inner courtyard of the Tantai clan. He was definitely the type that was highly valued. As for Tu Gang, he was Tantai Liuguang's old rival. His position in the Hongtian sect wouldn't be low either. In their eyes, even if it was a God Condensation Realm swordsman or a sort of Gojosian, they wouldn't be able to make them feel admiration from the bottom of their hearts. This was because as long as they were willing, they would be able to break through to the God Condensation Realm in a short period of time. As long as they were given enough time, they would be able to become a sort of Gojosian. The reason why they were still stuck in the Origin Realm was because they wanted to build a more solid foundation and continue to strengthen it. In the future, they would be able to go further. However, when facing Chu Mu, they couldn't help but feel admiration from the bottom of their hearts. It was heartfelt admiration. 7th Revolution, Sword Intent. 7th Revolution, Gold Profound. This was a height that they couldn't reach, but Chu Mu had achieved it. In terms of age, Chu Mu might be a few years older than them. However, even if they were given a few more years, they wouldn't be able to refine their sword intent and profound to the 7th revolution level. This was because their soul had a limit and could only reach the 6th revolution. At most, they would be at the peak of the 6th revolution. That was all. In order to reach the 7th revolution, their soul would have to be strengthened by at least 2 or 3 times. Even if they had the soul talent to refine their sword intent and profound to the 7th revolution, they probably wouldn't be able to reach the 7th revolution at Chumu's age. Refining sword intent and profound would become more and more difficult as one progressed. Perhaps refining the 1st revolution would only take 1 or 2 months, but refining the 2nd revolution would take 3 or 4 months. The 3rd revolution would take half a year or even 7 months. The 4th revolution would take more than a year, and from the 6th revolution to the 7th revolution, it would take at least 7 to 8 years, or even more than 10 years. No matter which angle they looked at it from, no matter what reason they used, they all knew that they would never be able to reach Chumu's level. That was a difference in quality, a chasm that could not be crossed. Tantai Liuguang's expression returned to indifference, but when he looked at Chumu, his eyes could not help but flash with admiration and amazement. At the same time, there was also a trace of battle intent. 7th revolution. Captain, you are really... Tu Gang smiled bitterly, not knowing how to describe it. Qin Shanha, on the other hand, looked like he had lost his soul. He had cultivated with all his might and tried his best to catch up. His improvement was also very obvious, but he did not expect the gap between him and Chumu to widen. Qin Shanha knew that he could at most refine his sword intent and profound to the 6th revolution. It was impossible for him to reach the 7th revolution. This was a kind of feeling. Every swordsman who had a clear understanding of themselves and were powerful, experienced, and knowledgeable would more or less be able to feel if they had reached their limit. For people like Chumu, whose soul was so strong that they did not know how strong they were, they would not be able to determine their limit, whether it was the 8th revolution or the 9th revolution. This time, Qin Shanha truly realized the gap between himself and Chumu. It was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. Competing with Chumu was an extremely unwise action. As long as he did his best to improve himself and surpass himself, it would be fine. After thinking through this point, Qin Shanha suddenly felt enlightened, as if a blocked passage had been cleared. His thoughts were clear, his spirit was refreshed, and his whole body was relaxed. Unknowingly, Qin Shanha only felt that a layer of filth seemed to have been removed from his mind, and it had become pure. This was the benefit of seeing through his own mental barriers. Chumu also noticed the change in Qin Shanha, that instant change, the relief that flashed across his eyes, and the smile that came from the bottom of his heart, made Chumu secretly nod his head. No matter what, Qin Shanha was the vice-captain of the Zhantian battle team. As a vice-captain, his abilities could not be too weak, and his intelligence could not be too low. Otherwise, it would be difficult to convince the others in an elite battle team. Recognizing oneself and recognizing one's path sounded very simple, but it was very difficult to do. Qin Shanha could do it, and in a short period of time proved that he was a person with great intelligence. It did not mean that he was very smart or that his intelligence was very high, but that he had the root of wisdom and could comprehend it on his own. Tu Gang and Tantai Liuguang naturally also noticed the change in Qin Shanha. This was because it was very obvious that Qin Shanha now had a clear feeling, as if he had been washed clean. Tu Gang was stunned, and Tantai Liuguang looked at Qin Shanha a few more times. At this moment, Qin Shanha had truly received Tantai Liuguang's attention. It was completely different from the previous neglect. Tantai Liuguang sheathed his sword and did not say anything. However, his expression let Chumu know that he was sincerely convinced. He had joined the Zhantian battle team and become a member of the battle team. With a glance, Chumu took in the expressions of Qin Shanha, Tantai Liuguang, and Tu Gang. He smiled from the bottom of his heart. The Zhantian battle team. Once it became an official battle team, it immediately developed. His goal was only a small team of 10 people. Now, there were already 4 people. It could be considered that he had completed half of it. Most importantly, it was in line with Chu Mu's vision. No matter if it was Tu Gang or Tan Tai Liuguang, they were all true geniuses, the elites of the elites. As for Qin Shanhe, he was originally not bad. Now that he had comprehended it on his own, his spirit had undergone a transformation. Although he was not as good as Tu Gang and Tan Tai Liuguang, he could still catch up. Elites. The 3 of them were true elites. As for Chu Mu, needless to say, the word elite was not enough to describe him. In an instant, Chu Mu was filled with confidence to create the strongest battle team, above the 3 super battle teams. The development of the Zhen Tian battle team proceeded silently. The other battle teams only knew that the Zhen Tian battle team had an additional general, Tu Gang. However, they were unable to confirm Tu Gang's strength. Now that Tan Tai Liuguang was added, they were even less sure. Tan Tai Liuguang's sword intent had reached the peak of the 6th revolution. Her light profound had also reached the peak of the 6th revolution. The second profound that she had comprehended was the profound of thunder, which had just reached the 2nd revolution. In this aspect, she had lost to Tu Gang. This made Tu Gang happy for a while. With all his battle points depleted, it would not be easy to continue refining. Entering the Crimson Wasteland to hunt and earn battle points was imperative. In addition, Chu Mu's spiritual consciousness would fill up his spiritual world again soon. At that time, he would be able to cultivate the 4th part of the Southern Dipper mind, refining scripture. He also needed battle points on the stargazing platform. The Crimson Wasteland was imperative. For people, when did the Zhen Tian battle team have another member? That person looks so cold. I wonder what his strength is like. Tan Tai Liuguang and Chu Mu's group appeared in the Sky Peak Valley together, which immediately attracted a lot of attention. The Zhen Tian battle team was now the focus of attention. Wherever they went, they would receive attention. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Mu's group of 4 left the Sky Peak Valley and entered the Crimson Wasteland once again. With their lineup, even if they encountered a God Condensation Realm swordsman, they would be able to protect themselves. Unless they encountered a powerful God Condensation Realm swordsman, or even a sword of Gojosian, they would be in danger. As soon as the Zhen Tian battle team left the Sky Peak Valley and entered the Crimson Wasteland, news immediately reached Jean Yanlei's ears. A cold light shot out like a cold lightning, piercing through the air and emitting a shocking, sizzling sound. It left behind 2 trails, which slowly dissipated after a long time. Jean Yanlei stood up and stepped out, leaving the Demon Slayer battle team's encampment and entering the Sky Peak Valley. His figure flashed, and before anyone could see him clearly, he left the Sky Peak Valley and entered the Crimson Wasteland. Chu Mu, the Zhen Tian battle team. Jean Yanlei's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He had suffered because of Chu Mu time and time again, and had accumulated a lot of resentment in his heart. Because of this, he couldn't even give it his all during cultivation. If this continued, it would probably give birth to a heart demon. Once a heart demon was born, it would be very difficult to get rid of it. Therefore, it was best to nip it in the bud before it grew. Since that was the case, he had to vent his resentment. The best way to vent his resentment was undoubtedly to kill Chu Mu with his own hands. He would end it with his own hands, vent the resentment in his heart, and let his thoughts flow smoothly. At that time, his soul might be purified as a result. A God Condensation Realm swordsman still couldn't fly. However, their speed surpassed the speed of sound and was extremely fast. Jean Yanlei wasn't a swordsman who had just entered the God Condensation Realm. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the God Condensation Realm. If he broke through again, he would reach the initial level of the God Condensation Realm. Therefore, his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a ray of light and surpassed the speed of sound. However, From the time Jean Yanlei received the news that Chu Mu and the others had left the Sky Peak Valley until he chased after them, half an hour had already passed. He also didn't set up any tracking devices. Therefore, he couldn't find any traces of Chu Mu and the others. The Crimson Wasteland was very, very big. However, Jean Yanlei had time and patience. No matter what, he was determined to find Chu Mu and kill him with his own hands to vent the resentment in his heart. Along the way, all the immemorial ferocious beasts that they encountered were all terrified by the aura that Jean Yanlei emitted. They were unable to move. If the immemorial ferocious beasts were in Jean Yanlei's path, they would be struck by the aura that Jean Yanlei emitted and die immediately. The strength of a god condensation realm swordsman was extremely strong. Chapter 7:23. In the Crimson Wasteland, some primordial beasts lived independently, while others lived in groups. There were relatively fewer primordial beasts that lived in groups, and they were not easy to provoke. This was because there were at least 100 primordial beasts that lived in groups. Most battle teams would not provoke them unless they were extremely strong. Instead, they would choose to avoid them. At this moment, Zhan Tian's battle team was faced with a choice. Avoid or Qin Shanhe, Tu Gang, and Tantai Liuguang were all waiting for Chu Mu's orders. 10,000 meters away, there was a group of more than 100 primordial beasts. With their eyesight, they could clearly see them. These primordial beasts were called demonic cloud wolves. They were grayish-white in color, and there were black patterns on their bodies. They were like clouds and mist, and they would cause people who did not have a strong mind to feel confused. The demonic cloud wolves were very fast, and their claws were very sharp. They were comparable to the best royal-grade swords. Combined with their beast power, they could easily tear apart a swordsman's protective sword aura and tear his body to shreds. Among the demonic cloud wolves, there were differences in strength. The weaker ones were comparable to a first transition swordsman, while the stronger ones were comparable to a sixth transition swordsman. It was rumored that there was even a demonic cloud wolf king that could easily kill a sixth transition swordsman. It was even comparable to a god condensation realm warrior. It was hard to tell who was stronger between a demonic cloud wolf and a swordsman of the same level. It was relative. For example, if a third transition demonic cloud wolf and a third transition swordsman were both third transition swordsmen, the demonic cloud patterns on the demonic cloud wolf's body would interfere with the swordsman's mind. This would cause the swordsman to feel confused, and the swordsman would be temporarily stunned. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough to determine the winner. There were two ways to avoid this kind of dizziness. First, do not look at the demonic cloud wolf's demonic cloud wolf. However, if one did not look at the demonic cloud wolf while fighting, one would be courting death. Second, have a mind that exceeded normal standards and be able to resist the confusion caused by the demonic cloud wolf's demonic cloud wolf. However, if one encountered a group of demonic cloud wolves, even if one's mental power exceeded the normal standard, they would still be unable to resist. This was because there were too many of them. When dozens or hundreds of demonic cloud wolves stood together, the demonic cloud patterns on their bodies would give people the feeling that they were connected together, causing people to feel even more confused. The hundreds of demonic cloud wolves in the distance did not discover Chu Mu and the others, who had concealed their auras. Chu Mu's eyes were sharp, and his pupils flickered with a sharp glint. His gaze pierced through the void and landed on the devil cloud wolf's body. The devil cloud markings in his eyes seemed to distort, causing Chu Mu to feel confused. However, Chu Mu's mental intent was so powerful that it could no longer be described as exceeding normal standards. He forcibly dispelled the confusion and counted the number of devil cloud wolves. There are a total of 133 demonic cloud wolves. The weakest one is equivalent to a third transformation swordsman, while the strongest one is equivalent to a sixth transformation swordsman. There is no wolf king. Chu Mu transmitted his voice to the three of them. "Captain, should we do something big?" Tu Gang asked. If other people did not know who they were, they would think that they were a group of bandits. I will go first and attract the attention of the demonic cloud wolves. You guys go all out and kill them quickly. Chu-Mu said without hesitation. With so many demonic cloud wolves, they would definitely be able to gain a lot of battle points. It would be a pity to let them go. Moreover, with his current strength, after a few days of familiarizing himself with the 7th Revolution Sword Intent and the 7th Revolution Gold Profound, he was already able to use them as he wished. He could use them as he wished, and they would definitely be extremely powerful. This pack of demonic cloud wolves was also an excellent test subject. With a swoosh, Chu-Mu's body moved. With the support of the metal profound, the sharpness of his body directly cut through the air, reducing the resistance of Chu-Mu to the lowest. He surpassed the speed of sound and shot towards the pack of demonic cloud wolves like a shining golden sword. As soon as Chu-Mu moved, the pack of demonic cloud wolves was immediately alerted. They all let out terrifying howls and their bodies shook. As their muscles swelled, the demonic cloud patterns on their bodies seemed to come alive. Then the power within the demonic cloud wolves burst out in an instant, and they instantly formed a simple half-moon formation and rushed towards Chu-Mu. The terrifying aura of the beast spread out and rushed over. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and even the ground seemed to be shaking. As the demonic cloud wolves ran, the demonic cloud patterns on their bodies seemed to be connected together. As they ran, they wriggled as if they were paintings that had come alive. They had the effect of confusing one's mind. Chu-Mu's pupils trembled. As he contracted, the 3 mental stars in his spiritual world flickered rapidly, resisting the chaotic impact brought about by the demonic cloud patterns. He was sure that if he had not condensed the 3rd mental star, he would have fallen into a state of confusion and dizziness when facing the demonic cloud patterns in front of him. It was no wonder that the demonic cloud wolves that lived in packs were feared by many. With a change of thought, Chu-Mu's speed suddenly increased, and he directly rushed into the half-moon formation of the demonic cloud wolves. He was extremely powerful, and he was not afraid at all. He unsheathed the 8-sided desolation sword and rushed into the pack of demonic cloud wolves. As the sword light flickered, it wrapped around his body and formed an arc-shaped cross. Then, 4 demonic cloud wolves were beheaded and died. It was as if he had entered a place where no one could stop him. At this moment, Qin Shanha, Tu Gang, and Tantai Liuguang also moved. They increased their speed to the extreme, unsheathed their swords, and their spiritual consciousness burst out to kill the demonic cloud wolves. Under Chu-Mu's sword, none of the demonic cloud patterns were a match for him. His eyes were filled with golden light, and the confusion of the demonic cloud patterns could not affect him at all. Every sword strike would take away 2 or 3 demonic cloud wolves' lives. There were only 133 demonic cloud wolves in this pack, and Chu-Mu's killing speed was extremely fast. The 7th Revolution Sword Will and the Gold Ultimacy made his attacks extremely sharp. Kill! 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 The carefree instant kills were intoxicating. In just 3 breaths of time, more than 30 demonic cloud wolves had died under Chu-Mu's sword. Tantai Liuguang was the first to arrive, and he killed 2 demonic cloud wolves. Tu Gang and Qin Shanha also quickly arrived and launched their attacks. The demonic cloud wolves were like barley, falling one after another. Their movements were very uniform, and their attacks could not pose any threat to Chu-Mu at all. When they approached him, they would be torn into nothingness by Chu-Mu's terrifying sword will and gold ultimacy. Even if the demonic cloud wolf king was here, it might not be able to do anything to Chu-Mu. After 10 breaths of battle, no, it should be said that it was a massacre. Everything was over. 133 demonic cloud wolves fell into a pool of blood, and all of them died. Chu-Mu shook off the blood on his sword and sheathed it. He glanced at the battle record sword token and immediately revealed a smile. 924 points. In other words, Chu Mu had earned a total of 860 battle points from slaughtering the demonic cloud wolves this time. More than 100 demonic cloud wolves died under his sword, and the other 30 or so died under the swords of Tantai Liuguang, Tu Gang, and Qin Shanha. Because Tantai Liuguang's speed was fast enough, he killed a few more demonic cloud wolves than Tu Gang and Qin Shanha. "Captain, I heard that the demonic cloud wolf skin is very valuable," Tu Gang said. "Peel it off," Chu Mu said. Based on their guesses, they more or less understood that the demonic cloud wolf, this kind of special immemorial beast, would definitely be more valuable. The four of them immediately started, and even the indifferent Tantai Liuguang did the same. Each of their movements were very practiced. Chu Mu also summoned Boang, and let Boang swallow the essence of the demonic cloud wolf's flesh after peeling off one. Not long after, Chu Mu and the others had harvested more than 100 demonic cloud wolf skin. Boang also burped and was summoned back into the beast's space by Chu Mu to digest the energy it had devoured. After doing all this, Tu Gang and the other two stared at Chu Mu. Recalling Chu Mu's actions just now, they couldn't help but exclaim from their hearts. His speed was extremely fast, and his attack power was extremely terrifying. His mental power was also indescribably strong. Otherwise, how could he not be affected by the demonic cloud patterns of more than 100 demonic cloud wolves? "Let's go. Continue to look for targets to kill," Chu Mu said. This time, he decided to earn more battle points. After returning to the Sky Edge Sword Palace, he would try his best to cultivate for a while. Taking a step forward, just as he was about to leave this place, a sense of danger welled up in his heart, and the stars in his mind flickered crazily. Without any thought, relying solely on his body's instincts, Chu Mu abruptly leapt high into the air. At the same time, a sharp black light shot out from the ground below and shot towards Chu Mu like a maggot in a tarsal bone. That black ray carried a strange and cold aura. In an instant, the black ray caught up with Chu Mu, attempting to pierce through Chu Mu. Seventh Revolution Sword Intent and Seventh Revolution Metal Profound condensed and pointed downwards. A golden ray broke through the air, colliding with the black ray. Pa pa pa! The black ray was shattered, and the golden ray became weaker. In a flash, it shot into the ground below and exploded. The moment Chu Mu was attacked, Qin Shanha and the other two reacted quickly, leaping up into the air with their swords in their hands. Their eyes flickered as they stared at the ground below. With one leap, they reached 100 meters in the air. Carrying the sword origin, they used their qi to lighten their bodies. Like a feather, they slowly floated down. It would take some time for them to land on the ground. "Captain, it might be someone from the Earth Demon Clan," Tu Gang said. "Earth Demon Clan." Chu Mu's eyes flashed with a trace of contemplation. The human race was declining, and the current immemorial world was ruled by three major races: the Divine Underworld Clan, the Heavenly Demon Clan, and the Earth Demon Clan. The bloodlines of the three major races were powerful. Although they were not as numerous as the human race, they all had their own talents, shocking potential, and profound fighting strength. They were very terrifying, and the number of geniuses they had far surpassed the human race. It was also because of this that the human race had a hard time developing after their decline. The three major races did not allow them to suppress the human race in all aspects, and to prevent the human race from developing. Otherwise, once the human race regained its glory, it would most likely suppress the three major races. This was not a situation they wanted to see. Chu Mu had killed members of the Heavenly Demon Clan before. The innate talent of the Heavenly Demon Clan was the Heavenly Demon transformation. After performing it, their power would be doubled, and the side effects were not severe. As for the Earth Demon Clan, according to the records, their innate talent was the Earth Escape. They could move freely under the ground. Whether it was sneak attacks or running away, it was very useful. If the Heavenly Demon Clan was the strongest warrior who could break through enemy lines, then the Earth Demon Clan was the assassin who could move in the dark. Chapter 7:24. It was very likely that the Earth Demon Clan was hiding in the ground below, concealing their presence and making it difficult for others to detect them. Chu Mu's group of four slowly floated down. No matter how slow they would eventually reach the ground. They were sure that the moment they touched the ground, the Earth Demon Clan would launch another attack. A tyrannical mental power broke out of his body and swept down like lightning, directly penetrating into the ground below. Under the penetration of Chu Mu's mental power, the ground couldn't obstruct it at all. 10 meters away, Chu Mu didn't discover anything and continued to go deeper. Immediately, a smile appeared on Chu Mu's face. In a flash, he had already found the Earth Demon Clan's location. They were quietly hiding in the ground, waiting for Chu Mu's group to land so that they could launch a fatal attack. A dozen meters of ground was nothing to the Earth Demon Clan, who had the innate talent of Earth escape. It was as if it existed in name only. Those Earth Demon Clan members didn't realize that their position had been detected by Chu Mu. It was all because Chu Mu's mental power was purer and more tyrannical than theirs. In an instant, Chu Mu transmitted his voice to Tu Gang and the other two, telling them to cooperate. The moment they landed, Tu Gang, Qin Shanha, and Tantai Liuguang's figures slid outwards. Underground, the Earth Demon Clan members also moved accordingly. Chu Mu suddenly accelerated his landing. A tyrannical force instantly passed through the tip of his foot, guided by the mountain-piercing energy, and penetrated the ground. At the same time, the Earth Demon Clan member who had been targeting Chu Mu moved over. His attack condensed into a point, turning into a cold and eerie black light. With a full-force attack, he penetrated the ground and shot towards Chu Mu. The Earth Demon Clan member's attack could ignore the obstruction of the ground and didn't decrease in the slightest. The black light collided with Chu Mu's attack. Chu Mu's attack was just a casual attack, and he didn't expect it to injure the Earth Demon Clan member. Therefore, under the Earth Demon Clan member's black light, it was defeated, but it also caused the black light to pause for a moment. Chu Mu's spiritual consciousness had been paying close attention all this time. He grasped the opportunity to strike. The 8-sided desolate heaven sword stabbed into the ground in an extremely ferocious manner. The hard ground was as fragile as tofu, and in an instant, the hilt of the sword was completely submerged. The 7th Revolution sword intent and the 7th Revolution metal profound condensed into one, and the limit of realm advancement erupted. The mountain-piercing energy was directly injected into the sword, and it penetrated several meters of the ground, heading towards the Earth Demon Clansmen who were rapidly moving upwards. This Earth Demon race clansman's calculations were very good. After the black light disappeared, he immediately chased after Chu Mu and launched a series of attacks to kill him, leaving no chance for survival. However, he did not expect Chu Mu's mental conception to be so powerful that he could see all of his actions. With a piercing sound, Chu Mu's sword light instantly broke through the Earth Demon race clansman's defenses. It drilled through his head and out his tailbone, piercing through his entire body and killing him. It had to be said that this Earth Demon clansman had died an unjust death. The remaining 3 Earth Demon race clansmen had nowhere to hide under Chu Mu's spiritual consciousness. He cooperated with the other members of the Zhan Tian battle team and killed them one by one. In the end, Chu Mu suddenly felt a terrifying killing intent lock onto him, causing his hair to stand on end. It was as if it was an illusion, and the killing intent disappeared in a flash. There's still one more. Chu Mu waited with rapt attention, but he did not suffer any attacks. His intuition told him that the last Earth Demon race clansman, who was also the most terrifying one, should have left because he did not have the confidence to deal with Chu Mu. The 4 dead Earth Demon race clansmen all had the strength of a 6th Revolution swordsman. They were relatively ordinary, but when they hid underground and attacked, even a peak 6th revolution swordsman would be hit. The 4 Earth Demon Race clansmen all died under Chu Mu's sword, giving Chu Mu 120 battle points. 1,052 battle points. The corpses of the 4 Earth Demon Race clansmen were placed on the ground. The Heavenly Demon Race clansmen's bodies were similar to humans, but after the Heavenly Demon transformation, they would grow bigger. The Earth Demon Race clansmen, on the other hand, were more like dwarves, with a height of 1 or 2 meters. They had dark skin, thin bodies, and a relatively large head with short black hair. Their nose was sharp like an eagle's hook, and their eyes were sunken. Their pupils were deep, and their teeth were sharp. The Earth Demon Race clansman's appearance was very easy to recognize. The 4 Earth Demon Race clansmen all had spatial rings. Chu Mu and the other 3 each had one, and each of them had gained something. Suddenly, a subtle killing intent came through the void, causing Chu Mu to be startled and squint his eyes. Someone wants to kill me, and he can make me feel threatened. While he was thinking, a figure appeared and approached at a speed faster than the speed of sound. Quickly retreat. Chu Mu made a prompt decision and shouted. His body moved, and he ran to the other side. Tu Gang and the other 2 were startled at first, but when they saw Chu Mu's movement and the figure that was flying towards them, their eyes flashed with determination. Immediately, they chased after Chu Mu. Tantai Liuguang's speed was the fastest, even faster than Chu Mu's. Therefore, she quickly caught up with Chu Mu. "Why are you here?" Chu Mu was surprised. "I am a member of the Zhen Tian battle team." Tantai Liuguang's tone was indifferent. "I am also a member of the Zhen Tian battle team." Tu Gang roared. "I am one of the founders of the Zhen Tian battle team, the vice captain." Qin Shanha also shouted, "Then you will be buried with Chu Mu." A voice filled with killing intent swept over like a cold wind, causing people's hearts to tremble. The Golden Yanlei finally caught up with them. In a flash, the Golden Yanlei appeared in front of Chu Mu and the other 3. An enormous aura spread out, repelling the surrounding air. It locked onto Chu Mu and the other 3, and also locked the space around them. The tyrannical divine thought swept across. Under the combination of the aura, Tantai Liuguang, Tu Gang, and Qin Shanha immediately felt pressured. Their expressions changed, and they mobilized their spiritual will to resist. The speed of their blood flow was greatly reduced, and even their sword energies were restrained, greatly reducing their power. Even a genius like Tantai Liuguang was so powerless against a god condensation realm swordsman. Among the 4, only Chu Mu could resist the aura and divine thought attack brought by the Golden Yanlei. His 3 mind stars kept flashing, and the 7 revolution sword will and 7 revolution gold ultimacy were not affected by the sword energies in his body. "Chu Mu, you are indeed powerful. Time after time, you have exceeded my expectations. Unknowingly, you have become so powerful. If I let you continue to grow, you may become a threat to me." The Golden Yanlei's face was cold, and his eyes were filled with chilling, murderous intent. He stared at Chu Mu, as if he wanted to use his eyes to pierce through Chu Mu's body. Seeing that Chu Mu wasn't affected at all by his aura and mental attack, Jin Yanlei's heart rang with alarm. His fear of Chu Mu skyrocketed, and he decided that he had to kill Chu Mu while he was still weak in order to get rid of future troubles. Otherwise, once Chu Mu was allowed to grow and break through to the god condensation realm, his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. At that time, he would not be able to do anything to Chu Mu. True geniuses would always deepen their foundation, accumulating more and more, which made it harder for them to break through. But once they broke through, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds, surpassing others. The Golden Yanlei definitely could not leave a threat in his heart. "There is more that you have not expected," Chu Mu replied, his tone serious. The aura that the Golden Yanlei emitted let him know that it was even stronger than the God Condensation Realm Evil Path swordsman they had killed before. When one's cultivation reached the God Condensation Realm, there was a clear difference between the entry level and the peak of the entry level. I wonder if my 7th Revolution Sword Intent and 7th Revolution Metal Profound can deal with the Golden Yanlei. Chu Mu thought to himself. Then he sent a message to Qin Shanha and the other two. If there is a chance, the 3 of you should leave immediately. The Golden Yanlei cannot kill me. Tu Gang and Tantai Liuguang both knew that the other was a God Condensation Realm swordsman. They also knew how terrifying a God Condensation Realm swordsman was. At this time, they could only bitterly resist. They could not answer, but their eyes were resolute. Don't worry. A few months ago, I killed a God Condensation Realm Evil Path swordsman. At that time, my Sword Intent and Metal Profound were only at the 6th Revolution level. Chu Mu understood the other's eyes. He quickly explained, now that my Sword Intent and Metal Profound have both reached the 7th Revolution, combined with a secret technique, even if I cannot kill the Golden Yanlei, I can still heavily injure him. Qin Shanha personally saw you kill the God Condensation Realm Evil Path swordsman. Chu Mu quickly added. Qin Shanha did not say anything. He only moved his eyes, indicating that this was indeed the case. So you must believe that the Golden Yanlei cannot do anything to me. Don't interfere, Chu Mu finally said. After finishing, Chu Mu believed that they could understand and make the right choice. Golden Yanlei, among them, there are disciples of the Hongtian sect and the Tantai clan's #1 God Condensation Realm disciple. Their identities are extraordinary. If anything happens to them, the Hongtian sect and Tantai clan will not let this matter rest. At that time, no matter how strong the Demon Slayer battle team is, it will not be enough. Chu Mu revealed a cold smile and said to the Golden Yanlei. Golden Yanlei's expression instantly changed. He never thought that there was such an identity. Indeed, he could see that these two were extraordinary. Such talents were highly valued in the Hongtian sect and Tantai clan. Moreover, who could guarantee that they did not have terrifying, life-saving methods? The Hongtian sect and Tantai clan were colossi that could rival the Sky Edge Sword Palace. They were far from what the Demon Slayer battle team could contend against. Just as the Golden Yanlei was thinking, Chu Mu made his move. He mobilized all his power and turned it into a terrifying sword light. He slashed with his sword, directly tearing apart the aura and divine perception of the Golden Yanlei. His body turned into a golden light and rushed towards the Golden Yanlei, slashing his throat. It had to be said that Chu Mu's actions were very bold. It was completely out of the Golden Yanlei's expectations. He felt that Chu Mu should be thinking of ways to escape from him. However, Chu Mu actually took the initiative to attack him. A surge of anger surged from the bottom of his heart. There seemed to be flames burning in his eyes. The Golden Yanlei stretched out a finger and slowly pointed. There were various kinds of tyrannical energy condensed on this finger. Chapter 725. This finger contained Sword Yuan, Sword Intent, Profound Energy, and Divine Will. The world in front of Chu Mu seemed to vanish. Only that finger was rapidly expanding, filling his eyes. He changed his sword style, stabbing at that finger. Sword Yuan, Sword Intent, Metal Profound, and Mountain-Shaking Energy were all infused. Chu Mu only felt his sword tremble, and a terrifying power was instantly transmitted to him. It almost flew out of his hand. He quickly increased his strength and tightened his grip, causing his arm to tremble as well. He hurriedly dispelled it and used the momentum to retreat. However, a trace of divine remembrance rushed into his mental world. Chu Mu hurriedly mobilized his mental intent and shattered it at the cost of several times the consumption. Qin Yanlei's finger trembled and his expression changed. In that instant of contact, he felt a terrifying sharpness pierce through the power at the tip of his finger. His finger was pierced, and a drop of blood naturally seeped out. if he had the protection of divine will, that sword probably would have crippled his finger. Jin Yanlei's finger also made Chu Mu feel his strength. The divine condensation realm evil path swordsman he had killed earlier had only just broken through to the divine condensation realm, so he hadn't learned how to properly use divine will. But Jin Yanlei was different. He had already been in the divine condensation realm for several years, and had even reached the peak of the divine condensation realm. He was very familiar with the use of divine will. A true divine condensation realm swordsman could fuse divine will into every action, making it even more powerful. Your sword intent and metal profound have both reached the 7th revolution. Jin Yanlei narrowed his eyes, and his tone became calm. A terrifying chill condensed in his pupils, and killing intent filled the air. Sword intent and metal profound had reached the 7th revolution. This meant that Chu Mu's soul was extremely powerful. At the very least, he was the strongest among all the Sky Edge Sword Palace disciples. He was also the only one who had refined both sword intent and profound to the 7th revolution. There was a clear difference between the 6th revolution and the 7th revolution. It was said that once the sword intent reached the 7th revolution, the sharpness would multiply. It would not only increase the purity of the sword intent, but also its power. Previously, Chu Mu had only made Golden Flame Thunder feel a bit of fear. But now, after learning that Chu Mu had the 7th revolution sword intent and the 7th revolution metal profound, the fear in Golden Flame Thunder's heart quietly turned into fear, and even terror. The moment the fear appeared, the Golden Flame Lightning immediately sensed it. His murderous, intense sword and his determination to kill Chu Mu intensified. Because before, he only felt that once Chu Mu broke through to the divine condensation realm, he would be very powerful and very likely be a threat to him. Now he was 100% sure that once Chu Mu broke through to the divine condensation realm, he would definitely be able to kill him. In order to not lose his life in the future, in order to not give birth to inner demons, in order to walk further on the path of a swordsman, in order to become stronger, he had to kill Chu Mu. And now, after dispersing the rebound force, Chu Mu swung his sword. The extreme sword light broke through the air and slashed towards Golden Flame Thunder. If it was any other swordsman below the divine condensation realm, Golden Flame Thunder wouldn't care about such a sword. But his opponent was Chu Mu, a person who made him feel fear, and even fear. Golden Flame Thunder didn't take it head-on. His figure flashed and dodged Chu Mu's extreme sword light. Subsequently, he turned into a stream of light and shot towards Chu Mu. The sword appeared in his hand. The sharpness was restrained, and it caused Chu Mu's soul to tremble. Without hesitation, Chu Mu immediately retreated after swinging his sword. He used his fastest speed to escape and ran far away. Golden Flame Thunder's heart was already filled with the thought of killing Chu Mu. He couldn't tolerate anything else and directly ignored Qin Shanha and the other two. In his heart, although the three of them had decent talents, they were still unable to pose a threat to him. As for Tu Gang and Tantai Liuguang's identities, he didn't make a move to deal with them. They wouldn't be able to borrow the strength of the Hongtian sect and Tantai clan to deal with him. The Sky Edge Sword Palace wouldn't be a bystander. In short, killing Chu Mu was the most important thing. Once Golden Flame Thunder left, Tu Gang and the other two regained their mobility. They only felt that their bodies were a little weak, as though they had overexerted their strength. The three of them didn't say anything and immediately adjusted their breathing to recover their strength. Chu Mu's speed was displayed to the extreme. He was like a white shadow that flashed by and flew far away. While he was running at full speed, he was thinking about the feeling when he clashed with Golden Flame Thunder's finger. He was able to multitask. Therefore, even if he was thinking at the same time, it wouldn't affect his speed. Golden Flame Thunder's finger kept replaying in Chu Mu's mind. What he cared about wasn't the profundity of the Golden Flame Thunder finger. In reality, to Chu Mu, he could have done it even better. What he truly cared about was the power contained within the finger. Sword essence, sword intent, and power of quintessence were all normal. Only the power of divine perception was out of Chu Mu's expectations. The power of divine perception was a higher level of mental energy after the mental intent had undergone a qualitative change. It had unimaginable power. However, Chu Mu didn't expect that when mental energy reached the level of divine perception, it could be attached to the fingers or even the sword to form an attack. When the power of divine perception was fused with other types of energy, it could impact the opponent's mental world and cause mental damage. The power of divine perception was of a higher level than the power of will. Therefore, primordial realm swordsmen wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of a divine condensation realm swordsman's divine perception, resulting in the collapse of their mental world and death. Chu Mu thought that if the power of divine perception could be fused with other types of energy to form an attack, then could the power of will be able to do the same? Of course. Chu Mu wasn't the first person to have such thoughts. Before him, many years ago, there were many swordsmen who had considered this question. There were also many swordsmen who had devoted themselves to researching this question, but to no avail. In the end, it was announced that they had failed. Only when a swordsman broke through to the divine condensation realm and transformed his mental intent into divine perception could he truly fuse the power of divine perception with other types of energy. This became the gap between the primordial realm and the divine condensation realm, a gap that couldn't be crossed. If I can use the power of will like the power of divine perception, my strength will definitely increase by a lot. Chu Mu's eyes lit up as he thought to himself. He still wasn't sure if his limit was the 8th transformation or the 9th transformation. In short, no matter what, he was bound to stay in the primordial realm for a period of time, perhaps a few years. A few years wasn't a long time, but it wasn't a short time either. During this period of time, he might encounter all sorts of challenges and dangers. If he could increase his strength again, it would be a good thing. However, many swordsmen, many of whom were extremely talented, spent a lot of time researching, but still couldn't use the power of will like the power of divine perception. No matter how monstrous Chu Mu was, he couldn't do it in a short period of time. Perhaps, no matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to do it. But no matter what, Chu Mu decided that he would set aside some time in the future to research it properly. Once he succeeded, it would be incredible. Jean Yanlei's speed was even faster than Chu Mu's, and he was constantly closing in. The sharp backstab made Chu Mu feel even more pressured. However, he had great confidence in himself. The 7th transformation sword will, the 7th transformation gold profound, and the small success burning blood change. Jean Yanlei wanted to kill Chu Mu, but how could Chu Mu not want to kill Jean Yanlei? It was just a matter of time. Not long after, Jean Yanlei caught up and launched an attack. Sword light, containing the power of divine perception, tore through the air. Being guided by the power of divine perception, his aura locked onto Chu Mu. Each of his sword light was aimed at Chu Mu. They were like a torrential rain. Not only could divine perception fuse with other energies, but it could also lock onto its target, making it difficult for any of his attacks to miss. Chu Mu was shocked, but his expression was as calm as ever. His speed exploded, and he changed positions, causing the sword light to miss. A strange scene appeared. Jean Yanlei's eyes exploded with light. His sword danced in the air, and his sword light changed directions, once more shooting toward Chu Mu. This was the power of a true divine condensation swordsman. That corrupt divine condensation swordsman Chu Mu had killed before couldn't even count as a true divine condensation swordsman. Chu Mu's understanding of divine condensation swordsman was too lacking. He immediately fell into a predicament. Facing over a dozen of Jean Yanlei's sword light attacks was a bit troublesome, let alone a dozen. Even if there were 100 sword lights, Chu Mu would be able to shatter them one by one. The problem was that each of those sword lights contained a trace of divine perception. Chu Mu truly could shatter those sword lights, but his sword intent could only erase a portion of the divine perception. The other portion would invade his mental world. If Chu Mu was able to merge his mental intent into the various energies and truly become one, he would be able to easily shatter these 12 sword glows. In that instant, Chu Mu's power erupted once more, and he charged at Jin Yanlei. Jin Yanlei snorted coldly, and with a wave of his sword, the 12 sword lights shot toward Chu Mu. Chu Mu instantly transformed several times, and Jin Yanlei also waved his sword, causing those sword lights to transform as well. They chased after Chu Mu at an extremely fast speed. Seeing Chu Mu rapidly approaching, Jin Yanlei sneered. His sword suddenly stabbed out, and a terrifying sword light pierced through the air toward Chu Mu's chest. A pincer attack. With no other choice, Chu Mu could only release the limit of his sword light. The sword light was an attack from a distance. Unless Jin Yanlei's divine perception had reached a godly level, he wouldn't be able to follow the attack into Chu Mu's mental world. As soon as he attacked, Chu Mu didn't hold back at all. In an instant, 13 sword lights appeared, one in front of him and 12 behind him. Popping sounds rang out continuously, and Jin Yanlei's sword lights shattered one after another. His divine perception lost its support and naturally dissipated. With the increase in his strength, Chu Mu's divine perception strength increased once more, reaching 15 sword lights. 15 sword lights was his limit. Under such circumstances, Chu Mu wouldn't push himself to that limit, or else it would be very disadvantageous for him. 13 sword lights in a row was still within his tolerance range. Chapter 7:26. Jin Yanlei was stunned. He had already thought highly of Chu Mu, but Chu Mu had once again exceeded his expectations. Using such a simple, violent, and effective method, he had broken through his attack. Chu Mu grasped the opportunity. His body tore through the air as he approached Jin Yanlei. His sword swiped towards Jin Yanlei's throat. Jin Yanlei felt goosebumps on his throat. He reacted quickly. He gathered his divine sense and forced it out of his eyes. It shot into Chu Mu's spiritual world, causing Chu Mu's movements to pause slightly. Jin Yanlei mobilized his powerful spiritual will and destroyed the divine sense that had invaded his spiritual world. It was only a short time, but Jin Yanlei had already adjusted himself. He did not retreat, but instead advanced. His sword stabbed towards Chu Mu's heart. Sword technique domain activated. Jin Yanlei's sword technique domain had reached the peak of the 5th level. He was on par with Chu Mu. The two sword technique domains collided with each other, distorting each other and canceling each other out. The sword light flickered, appearing and disappearing. Sometimes there was no sound, and sometimes there was a sharp, hair-raising sound. It left clear tracks in the air. Their bodies intertwined and their feet shifted. In just 10 breaths, Chu Mu and Jin Yanlei had exchanged more than 100 blows. Neither of them could do anything to the other. In terms of strength, Jin Yanlei was stronger than Chu Mu. In terms of battle talent and sword technique application, Chu Mu was above Jin Yanlei. Jin Yanlei did not dare to add his divine sense to every sword. The divine sense of a god condensation realm swordsman was indeed very strong, but it was still limited. Jin Yanlei was only at the peak of the god condensation realm. He did not have outstanding talent in the soul. Therefore, before he reached the god condensation realm, his spiritual was only a little purer than an ordinary swordsman's. That was all. Previously, he had used his divine sense to attack Chu Mu several times. He had already used up most of his divine sense. He could not do anything to Chu Mu. He was looking for an opportunity to launch a fatal attack to avoid wasting his divine sense. Jin Yanlei's heart was in turmoil. Chu Mu was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. In a battle of swordsmanship, every sword contained terrifying power. Once hit, Even if one did not die, he would be severely injured. However, he could not suppress Chu Mu in terms of swordsmanship. Once a swordsman broke through to the God-congealing realm, his spiritual consciousness would transform into divine thought, and the power of his profound meaning would increase as well. In other words, the same rank 6 profound meaning would have a clear difference in power between an Origin Realm swordsman and a God Condensation Realm swordsman. However, the Golden Flame Thunder's profound was rank 6, which was his limit. The limit of his soul wouldn't change just because he broke through to the God Condensation Realm. On the other hand, Chu Mu's sword intent and profound meaning had both reached rank 7, which smoothed out the gap between spiritual consciousness and divine thought. In addition to the mountain trembling force and mountain piercing force, every attack was even more powerful. Under the situation where Jin Yanlei did not use divine thought, he was able to gain a slight advantage. Damn it, if my control of strength reached the realm of man and sword, I would be able to have a sword technique and easily kill Chu Mu. Jin Yanlei was extremely angry in his heart. He had been stuck at the limit entry realm for many years. Now that he had reached the peak, he could not break through. Even though he knew the next level of the limit entry realm and knew how to break through, he still could not do it. Everything was limited by his own talent. Looks like I have no choice but to use my secret technique, Jin Yanlei said to himself. Using a secret technique often had side effects. One had to pay a price. Therefore, it was best not to use it. In the beginning, Jin Yanlei did not plan to use his secret technique. However, Chu Mu was more difficult to deal with than he had expected. His eyes shone brightly as his divine thought attacked Chu Mu. In an instant, it entered Chu Mu's spiritual world. Jin Yanlei did not attack again. Instead, he quickly retreated. When Chu Mu used his powerful mental remembrance to defeat the invading divine remembrance, the Golden Flame Thunder had already retreated several hundred meters away. The sword was stabbed into the ground, and as he waved his hands, the surrounding air was affected, creating layers of distorted ripples that spread outwards. A powerful energy condensed within the Golden Flame Thunder's body and began to appear. Jin Yanlei could feel the power condensing in his body. It was as if it had formed a second heart. It started to beat violently. Every time he used this secret technique, he would feel excited. The feeling of power emerging from the deepest part of his body and filling his entire body was very refreshing. The surrounding air seemed to tremble because of the power bursting out of Jin Yanlei's body. Chu Mu was shocked. A terrifying aura was condensing in Jin Yanlei's body. Secret technique, Chu Mu muttered. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Originally, he did not plan to use his secret technique. The level of the heaven-burying secret technique was too low. It was not enough. It could not increase his strength. Only the burning blood transformation was left. Without hesitation, Chu Mu also used his secret technique, the burning blood transformation. Otherwise, once Jin Yanlei successfully used his secret technique, his strength would increase greatly. It would be very disadvantageous for him. His blood essence instantly boiled and burned. A powerful force rushed out like a water pump, filling his body. The swelling feeling made Chu Mu feel that he could shatter the sky with one punch. A blood-red mist appeared outside his body. A layer of it burned like a faint flame. A faint smell of blood spread out. After Jin Yanlei used his secret technique, the air around him became slightly distorted. Chu Mu died. With a roar, Jin Yanlei's hair and beard fluttered. He suddenly jumped up, holding his sword with both hands. He descended with a posture that could split the sky and earth, slashing at Chu Mu. The one who will die is you. Chu Mu sneered. He raised his head and waved his left hand. His whole body soared up, and his sword slashed out. Their bodies passed by each other and landed on the ground. Without any hesitation, his power erupted again as he rushed at his opponent. Secret techniques all had a time limit. Once the time limit was up, the user would be weakened. This was the first side effect. Therefore, one had to kill his opponent before the time limit was up. Then, one could quickly take the corresponding medicinal pellet to alleviate the side effect. At this moment, no one wanted to die. Everyone wanted to kill their opponent. Fight, fight, fight. Kill, kill, kill. Chu Mu's sword, Jin Yanlei's sword, displayed a terrifying sharpness in the bloody wasteland. Tu Gang and the other two had already recovered their strength. They quickly chased over, but did not get close. They could see the two parties fighting from 10,000 meters away. The figure that was wrapped in a weak, blood-red flame and the other figure that was surrounded by distorted air collided with each other again and again. The tyrannical impact caused the aftershocks to wreak havoc. Even though the sound was very far away, it was still transmitted into their ears. The three of them were dumbfounded. Even though Qin Shanha had already seen the scene of Chu Mu fighting a god condensation realm swordsman, and even though Chu Mu himself had said that he could fight a god condensation realm swordsman, when the truth appeared before their eyes, Tu Gang and Tantai Liuguang could not suppress the shock in their hearts. There was an uncrossable gap between the god condensation realm and the origin realm. At least, they had never heard of such a monster appearing in the Xiling continent. They could not participate in such a battle because they were too weak. Once they got close, they would be killed by the aftershocks. They could only place their hopes on Chu Mu and hope that Chu Mu could defeat his opponent. His heart could not help but be nervous. His palms were sweating. The golden flame thunder unceasingly attacked. Each sword would explode with extremely terrifying power the moment they touched. However, Chu Mu's every sword also exploded with terrifying power. In fact, they were even stronger than the golden flame thunder. The burning blood change was a profound secret art left behind by the burning blood sword of Gojoseon. It was even more advanced than the secret art that Jin Yanlei practiced. Naturally, after using it, one's strength would increase significantly. Jin Yanlei's heart was extremely sullen. He originally thought that by using the secret art, he would be able to crush Chu Mu. He did not expect that Chu Mu would also use a secret art. Moreover, it seemed to be a secret art that was even more powerful than his. The more powerful the secret art, the greater the consumption and the more obvious the side effects. No matter how talented Chu Mu is, he is only an origin realm swordsman. It is impossible for him to maintain such a powerful secret art for a long time. I can deal with him until the secret art ends. At that time, it will be his death. Jin Yanlei calmed down and said to himself. He immediately changed his battle strategy. He adopted a wandering stance. Chu Mu immediately knew what his opponent was thinking. He could not help but sneer in his heart. Indeed, the consumption of using the burning blood change was not small. However, Chu Mu's essence blood was more vigorous than ordinary swordsmen because of the Sky Desolation's sword body. He could sustain it for a longer time. Jin Yanlei switched from attacking to defending and wandering, which immediately provided an opportunity for Chu Mu to attack crazily. The speed of his sword was extremely fast. Occasionally, there would be an explosion of the origin realm. The power was incomparably strong. Every sword contained an extreme amount of mountain-trembling energy. Under the burning blood change state, the burning of essence blood gave the feeling of power gushing out from a high-powered water pump. It was like a poppy that made people addicted to it. His spiritual consciousness also became more active because of the excitement. The active spiritual consciousness had greater vitality. The control of power became smoother. Even vaguely, Chu Mu could feel that the power of his spiritual consciousness seemed to show signs of merging with other powers. This caused the power of every sword to increase. However, under such a state, Chu Mu could not calm down to think. He could not be sure if this was real or just an illusion. As the sword slashed down, Jin Yanlei, who could not dodge, raised his sword to block. This sword suddenly exploded with a terrifying power, causing Jin Yanlei's sword to sink down. Following that, Chu Mu's wrist turned and his sword appeared below Jin Yanlei's sword. His power exploded once again as he flicked his sword upwards. Taking advantage of the momentum, the sword swept past Jin Yanlei's fingers. The pain caused him to loosen his grip on the sword. Jin Yanlei's sword flew upwards. Following that, Chu Mu's sword pierced towards Jin Yanlei's heart. Jin Yanlei was shocked and quickly dodged. However, he was still unable to avoid being pierced through the chest. The sword passed close to his heart. The coldness almost froze his heart. A terrifying sharpness invaded his heart, causing him to feel an intense pain as if his heart was being torn apart. Heavily injured, fear surged from the bottom of his heart. Jin Yanlei's pupils dilated. He only kept a small portion of his spiritual consciousness to prevent himself from fainting. The rest was instantly blasted out. Following that, he did not even care about the sword that was falling down. He used his full speed and power. With a boom, dust flew into the air as he fled like a cannonball. Chapter 7:27. Chu Mu, just you wait. I will kill you with my own hands. His voice resounded in the air. It was a furious roar. Jin Yanlei's figure flew away at a speed several times faster than the speed of sound. Chu Mu didn't have the time to pay attention to it. The Golden Flame Thunder's final divine remembrance attack had brought him some trouble. His mental remembrance was completely mobilized. The three consciousnesses flashed crazily, and the powerful mental remembrance condensed into a sword of remembrance. In his mental world, it cut down the Golden Flame Thunder's divine remembrance. After 3 breaths, Jin Yanlei's mind power had been destroyed. Chu Mu's mind power had also been greatly depleted. The 3 mind stars had become somewhat dim. Chu Mu hurriedly stopped the burning blood transformation. His essence blood stopped burning. A sense of weakness spread throughout his body. He hurriedly took out the golden vein bloodyang pill and consumed it. This fight was extremely dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he could have died under the Golden Flame Thunder sword. Fortunately, Chu Mu had the upper hand in the end, and because the Golden Flame Thunder was wounded, it had disregarded everything and attacked with its divine remembrance in order to stop Chu Mu and give itself a chance to escape. If he had attacked with all his might at that time, he might have had a 20 to 30% chance of killing Chu Mu. However, he would have had to pay a great price. In an emergency, Jin Yanlei could not care less. He chose to escape. Although he was very wary and afraid of Chu Mu and wanted to kill Chu Mu, he still lacked a sense of ruthlessness at the crucial moment. He did not have the determination to fight to the death. Captain, Qin Shanha and the other 2 hurriedly ran over. I'm fine, said Chu Mu. His voice was weak and his face was pale. Because he had used up a lot of essence blood, it was fortunate that the golden patterned bloodyang pill's medicinal effects had spread out and quickly replenished the essence blood he had used up, causing Chu Mu's weakness to slowly disappear. Captain, don't worry and recover, 2 gangs said. The 3 of them formed a triangle and surrounded Chu Mu to protect him. Chu Mu sat down cross-legged and channeled his martial arts to recover his various powers. His spiritual consciousness, sword origin, blood essence, and so on were all recovering rapidly. A few hours passed and the sky turned dark. Chu Mu had finally recovered. His fatigue was gone and he was full of energy. Captain, Jin Yanlei is not dead. In the future, he will definitely come again. Qin Shanha felt a sense of danger in his heart. Furthermore, he is one of the elders of the Demon Slayer Squad. If he mobilizes the Demon Slayer Squad's power. Tu Gang and Tantai Liuguang did not say anything, but they also felt a sense of crisis. It wasn't a good thing to be remembered by a God Condensation Realm swordsman, especially when that God Condensation Realm swordsman was an elder of an organization that had many God Condensation Realm swordsmen. Golden Flame Thunder has already been severely injured by my sword. Adding the side effects of using the secret technique and the consumption of his divine sense, It will be very difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. Chu Mu said slowly, I estimate that for at least 3 months, he will only be recovering and won't have the time to find trouble with us. Furthermore, if Golden Flame Thunder wants to go further on the path of the sword, he probably won't use the Demon Slayer Squad's power to deal with me. He hates me to the bone, and I have already become a shadow in his heart. I might even be a demon in his heart. Therefore, killing me with his own hands is the best way. Chu Mu analyzed. No matter what, Golden Flame Thunder will definitely try to deal with me again, no matter what method he uses. However, we should be safe for a while. Chu Mu continued. Therefore, we should use this time to hunt with all our might and earn more battle points. After returning to the Sword Palace, even if he wants to, he won't be able to deal with us. Furthermore, I can take the initiative to attack. As he spoke, Chu Mu's lips curled into a smile. He had thought of a way to temporarily restrain Golden Flame Thunder, but he wasn't sure if it would be effective. Chu Mu's analysis was somewhat reasonable. Everyone didn't say anything more. They only inwardly mustered up their strength. They had to make themselves stronger. Otherwise, the next time they encountered something like this, they would once again become bystanders or even burdens. Such a feeling, to geniuses like them, was very unfamiliar and terrible. It was extremely unbearable. Hunt, 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 hunt. The Crimson Wasteland became the slaughterhouse of Chu Mu's group. The battle points in the battle record soared at his waist sword. Other than not using Burning Blood transformation, Chu Mu used his full strength. He remembered the feeling of using Burning Blood transformation at the end in his intense battle with the Golden Flame Thunder. It seemed that he could truly merge with other powers, causing his sword's might to become even stronger. However, he couldn't do it. Chu Mu wasn't willing to use the Burning Blood transformation again, because he couldn't guarantee that it would succeed. The price of using the Burning Blood transformation was too great. On the Crimson Wasteland, ancient vicious beasts, blood demons, and foreign races were crazily slaughtered. Corpses littered the ground. The name of the Zhen Tian battle team spread far and wide. They had become a thorn in the flesh in the eyes of the foreign races. When they talked about the Zhen Tian battle team, their faces changed and they gnashed their teeth. During this period of time, too many people had died under the swords of the Zhen Tian battle team, especially the captain of the Zhen Tian battle team, Chu Mu. His name was more than half. Zhen Tian battle team. Chu Mu, wait for me to meditate, to harvest you all. In the dark night, a figure appeared. He was like the messenger of the death god. He whispered in a low voice that could steal souls. It's time to go back, Chu Mu said. We have gained a lot this time. After we go back, we can cultivate properly. It's enough for my strength to increase further. Tu Gang laughed. The name of the Zhen Tian battle team spread far and wide. This also meant that they had gained a lot. Among the 4 of them, Chu Mu had gained the most battle points. He had gained close to 4,000 battle points. Tantai Liuguang was second, with close to 2,000 battle points. Tu Gang was third, with over 1,700 battle points. Qin Shanha had the least, with over 1,300 battle points. Chu Mu was able to gain so many battle points because his strength was extremely tyrannical. Moreover, he had killed 3 ancient vicious beasts that were comparable to a swordsman in the spirit condensation realm. Each of them had brought him a few hundred battle points. After 20 days, the Zhen Tian battle team returned once again. In the Sky Peak Valley, the way everyone looked at them changed. Unknowingly, there was a trace of respect. Even though the Zhen Tian battle team was only a third-rate battle team, even though they only had 4 members, no one dared to look down on them. Captain, it seems like Jin Yanlei didn't tell the Demon Slayer battle team about this, Qin Shanha said. It's not that he didn't want to tell us. It's just that we don't know where he's hiding to recuperate. Chu Mu smiled and said, Next, we have to make a big deal out of this. How? The eyes of the 3 lit up. Send this sword and my challenge letter to the Demon Slayer battle team. Spread the news that Jean Yanlei has caused trouble for me many times. Our conflict has intensified to the point where we must fight to the death. 1 year from today, Jean Yanlei and I will fight to the death in the heart of the Crimson Wasteland, Chumu said to Qin Shanha. This way, at least for the next year, the Demon Slayer battle team won't be able to cause trouble for us openly. Tu Gang's eyes lit up as he chuckled. As for the fight to the death between Chumu and Jean Yanlei a year later, he wasn't worried at all. The current Chumu could severely injure Jean Yanlei and let him escape in a hurry. 1 year later, with his talent, Chumu's strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. He would become even stronger. Make a big deal out of this. Let Jean Yanlei know about this and agree. Then we can cultivate properly for a while. Chumu smiled. This method wasn't clever at all. Many people could think of it. The only difference was whether they dared to think about it and whether they dared to do it. If they didn't dare to do it, no matter how much they thought about it, it would be useless. Don't worry, Captain. I will definitely take care of this matter properly. Qin Shanha smiled. The 4 of them returned to Chumu's sword tower. Chumu picked up his brush and wrote a strategy letter. He gave it to Qin Shanha along with Jean Yanlei's sword. After Qin Shanha received it, he left the sword tower and went to the Demon Slayer battle team's camp. One could imagine how interesting the expressions of the Demon Slayer battle team's upper echelons would be when they saw Jean Yanlei's sword and the challenge letter. One could also imagine how much of an uproar this news would cause when it spread out. Okay, you guys go make your own arrangements. Chumu said to Tu Gang and Tantai Liuguang. Then I will go to the 1,000 Evil Valley. Tu Gang said. Tantai Liuguang nodded and didn't say anything. She left with Tu Gang. I have used up all the demonic crystals. My sword essence and gold ultimacy have reached the early stage of the 7th revolution. Chumu thought to himself. He rested in the sword tower. When night fell, he went to the stargazing platform. This was because his spiritual consciousness had once again filled his spiritual world. It was time for him to condense the 4th spiritual star. When Qin Shanha spread the news that Chumu had issued a challenge letter to Jean Yanlei, one of the Demon Slayer battle team's elders, there was silence. Everyone thought that they had heard wrong. Who was Jean Yanlei? He was one of the Demon Slayer battle team's elders. He was a powerful swordsman who had been in the God-condensing realm for many years. Among the elite disciples, he was one of the most influential people. And who was Chumu? He was the captain of the Zhen Tian battle team. He was powerful and talented. Especially recently, his reputation had spread far and wide. However, he was only an astral realm swordsman. There was an insurmountable gap between the astral realm and the God-condensing realm. After many people confirmed it, they thought that Chumu had gone crazy. They thought that he had been blinded by his recent fame and made such a crazy decision. Many people, especially those from the Demon Slayer battle team, thought that Chumu was seeking his own death. However, when Qin Shanha spread the truth, everyone knew that Jean Yanlei had tried to kill Chumu many times. Not long ago, he had personally entered the Crimson Wasteland to kill Chumu. However, he had failed to kill Chumu. Instead, he had angered Chumu. Jean Yanlei had been injured by Chumu and had fled, leaving behind his sword. Most people believed the first half of this news and didn't believe the second half. However, no matter what, Chumu achieved the effect he wanted. This news was unceasingly spread and created an enormous storm. It caused Chumu and the Golden Flame Thunder to become the center of attention and be discussed. However, the Demon Slayer battle team didn't release any specific news because Jean Yanlei hadn't returned yet. Chapter 7:28. Are you sure? The teacher in charge glanced at Chumu and asked lightly. Yes. Chumu's tone was very certain. I have faith in you. Live on. The teacher in charge paused and said. Chumu nodded and stood up. He saluted the teacher in charge and turned to leave. After becoming an elite disciple, Chu Mu's every move was under the teacher in charge's control. Therefore, the teacher in charge also knew about his challenge to Jin Yanlei and summoned Chu Mu. Jin Yanlei was a God Condensation Realm swordsman, and a peak God Condensation Realm swordsman at that. Chu Mu was only an Origin Realm swordsman. There was a huge gap between the two. Even the teacher in charge himself couldn't bridge this gap back in the day. However, after seeing Chu Mu and talking with Chu Mu for a short while, the teacher in charge had a feeling that perhaps Chu Mu could win. He didn't try to persuade or stop him because he also wanted to see if Chu Mu could defeat Jin Yanlei. Standing at his height and with his knowledge, he naturally knew that there were geniuses in the Origin Realm who could fight against God Condensation Realm. There were even geniuses in the Origin Realm who could kill God Condensation Realm cultivators. It was just that it was relatively rare. If Chu Mu could fight against or even defeat Jin Yanlei, the teacher in charge's eyes couldn't help but light up. Late at night, in the observatory, Chu Mu's spiritual consciousness condensed into a beam and spread 3,000 meters up in the sky. He could clearly feel the power of the stars from the sky same star and draw it into his spiritual world. His spiritual consciousness had been refined once again. Now, it was time to condense a mind star, the fourth mind star, compressing and condensing again and again. His spiritual world was under great pressure again and again. It trembled and almost collapsed. However, Chu Mu ignored it and focused on condensing and compressing with his strong will. With a loud bang, it was as if a star had exploded. Under the stardust, a speck of starlight flickered beside the third thought star. The fourth thought star had been successfully condensed. The four mind stars resonated, and the starlight and spiritual consciousness spread out, hitting the barrier of the spiritual world. Immediately, the barrier of the spiritual world was strengthened and became more stable. At this point, he had cultivated more than half of the southern Dipper mind refining scripture. His spiritual will was 4 times stronger than before. Chu Mu's 5 senses were also affected by the increase of his spiritual power, and there was a slight increase. After the 4th consciousness star was condensed, Chu Mu's speed in deducing the 8th hand seal of the 9 revolution, heavenly shocking seal, increased by several times. In order to study this hand seal as soon as possible so that he could temper it to the 8th revolution, Chu Mu temporarily put aside all other cultivation and spent almost 24 hours a day on studying the hand seal. Originally, it would have taken several months to complete the hand seal. However, after increasing the efficiency time and time again, it was finally completed in less than a month. At this time, Qin Shan, He Tu Gang, and Tantai Liuguang had already spent more than a month in the Evil Valley, and each of them had improved. Very good. Since he wants to die, we'll fulfill his wish. In the demon-slaying battle team's encampment, Jin Yanlei's face was ashen. His eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he looked like he was gnashing his teeth. Immediately he said to the people beside him, "Spread the news. Say that I agree to Chu Mu's challenge." Jin Yanlei responded and agreed to the life and death battle with Chu Mu. This news once again caused a storm of heated discussion. Jin Yanlei. After hearing the news, Chu Mu smiled slightly. He didn't say anything and left the sword tower for the Evil Valley. The 8th hand seal of the 9 revolution, heavenly shocking seal, was completed. Now, it was time to refine the sword intent and gold profound. Once his sword intent and metal profound were refined to the 8th revolution, his sharpness would be even sharper, and his power would greatly increase. He would become even more terrifying. When that time came, Chu Mu's strength would multiply again. When he faced the golden flame lightning again, he had absolute confidence in winning. Moreover, there was still a lot of time. Chu Mu could continue to improve. Even if Jin Yanlei's strength increased, Chu Mu still had the confidence to cut him down. This was confidence. Confidence in himself, in the sword in his hand, and in his own way of the sword. Entering the Evil Valley, Chu Mu went deeper and deeper. Once again he came to the place where he found the baleful Een crystal. A A small part of the baleful yin qi here had already liquefied. The condensation of the fourth star of consciousness and the slight improvement of a sword intent and gold profound allowed Chu Mu to go deeper and deeper. After another dozen meters or so, the baleful yin qi had already disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by baleful yin qi. Waves of baleful yin qi rushed over and swept past Chu Mu's body. Even the protective sword aura could not resist it. It was instantly eroded and disappeared. His clothes were also eroded and torn, leaving him naked. Sword origin revolved and covered his entire body. It immediately resisted the baleful yin qi, preventing him from being damaged by the baleful yin qi. The desolate sky sword body also allowed Chu Mu's body to have a certain degree of resistance to the baleful yin qi. The difference between the liquefied baleful yin qi and the baleful yin qi appeared. Not only would it invade the spiritual world and erode the sword intent and profound, it would also cause a certain degree of damage to the body. Fortunately, Chu Mu could multitask. He controlled the circulation of sword origin to protect his body. At the same time, he began to form the eighth hand seal with both hands. He activated his mental cultivation method and merged his spiritual will with the baleful yin qi to refine the seventh revolution, sword intent. There was no doubt that the baleful yin qi was much stronger than the baleful yin qi. The refining effect was much better. Therefore, refining here, coupled with the fact that his spiritual will was stronger, the efficiency increased by almost 7 times. Ever since Chu Mu entered the Thousand Evil Valley, he had not appeared again. However, Qin Shanha and the other two knew that Chu Mu was cultivating in the Thousand Evil Valley. However, they thought that Chu Mu was refining his second profound. They did not know that Chu Mu was still refining his sword intent and profound of gold. The seventh revolution was already shocking enough. If they knew that Chu Mu was trying to reach the eighth revolution, they would probably be scared silly. As time passed, the discussion about Chu Mu and Golden Yanlei gradually died down. As Golden Yanlei and Chu Mu did not appear, the discussion gradually died down. However, everyone remembered that day and waited for it to come. After Qin Shanha and the other two used up all their battle points, they left the Thousand Evil Valley. After more than 100 days of continuous refining, Qin Shanha's sword intent and profound of earth finally broke through to the sixth revolution. Tu Gang's speed profound had also broken through from the third revolution to the peak of the fourth revolution and was close to the fifth revolution. Tantai Liuguang's thunder profound had increased from the second revolution to the fourth revolution after using up all his battle points. This speed was considered fast, but compared to Chu Mu, there was still a huge gap. After using up all their battle points, they did not leave the Sword Palace. Instead, they started to cultivate the burning blood transformation. They naturally had their own secret arts, but they were not as good as the burning blood transformation. At the same time, Tu Gang and Tantai Liuguang sent messages back to the Hongtian sect and Tantai clan to ask for the Blood Yang elixir. Their status in the Hongtian sect and Tantai clan was extraordinary. Their reasonable requests would usually be fulfilled. In the Demon Slayer battle team's encampment, there was a cracking sound from a house. 2 terrifying radiances were shot out and left ripples in the air. Chu Mu, you didn't expect this, right? After dispelling the 7th revolution, sword intent and gold profound that you left in my heart, my cultivation actually broke through and reached the initial stage of the God congealing realm. My strength has increased exponentially. When the time comes, I will properly repay your kindness. Jin Yanlei grinned. His face was filled with a sinister smile, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. A blessing in disguise. Originally, when Chu Mu left the 7th revolution sword intent and the 7th revolution gold profound in his heart was constantly under attack and was in unbearable pain. He did not expect that after dispelling it, he would unexpectedly break through. The difference between the peak of the entry stage and the initial stage was just a thin line, but his strength had increased exponentially. If he was at the initial stage of the God-congealing realm, he would be able to defeat Chumu even if he didn't execute his secret art. Once he executed his secret art, killing Chumu would be a piece of cake. I will let you live a little longer and enjoy your remaining life. Jean Yanlei sneered. His laughter echoed in his house. 8th Revolution sword intent, such sharpness. In the depths of the Thousand Evil Valley, a soft sigh could be heard. In Chumu's spiritual world, at the edge of the sword intent in the fledgling sword soul, a layer of sharpness became increasingly clear. It was extremely terrifying. It made Chumu feel that the fledgling sword soul was showing signs of not being able to withstand the 8th Revolution sword intent and was about to collapse. The 8th Revolution sword intent was much stronger than the 7th Revolution sword intent. A sword strengthened by the 8th Revolution sword intent would be even sharper. 8th Revolution sword intent. My soul is starting to feel stuffed. Is the 8th Revolution my limit? Chumu could not help but think to himself. Previously, he did not know where his limit was. It could be the 8th Revolution or the 9th Revolution, but he always had hope in his heart that he could refine it to the 9th Revolution. But now, he had glimpsed a trace of his limit. The 8th Revolution was not fated to reach the 9th Revolution. He could not help but feel a trace of disappointment. But in an instant, that trace of disappointment was erased by Chumu. The 8th Revolution was the 8th Revolution. This had already surpassed many people, reaching a level that others could only look up to. Moreover, instructor Ji Tianxiang had said that in the immemorial world, according to what he knew, there had never been a heaven-defying person who could refine the profound of sword intent to the 9th Revolution. Perhaps Ji Tianxiang's understanding was not comprehensive enough, but it also showed how difficult it was to reach the 9th Revolution. There were differences between the 8th Revolution. It could be the early stage of the 8th Revolution, the middle or late stage of the 8th Revolution, or even the peak or the limit of the 8th Revolution. There was also a difference between each small level. Chumu was sure that his limit was the 8th Revolution, but he could not be sure which small level it was. Since he was sure that it was the 8th Revolution, Chumu did not dwell on it. Instead, he began to refine the profound of metal. The profound of metal had already reached the peak of the early stage of the 7th Revolution after being corroded by the cold streams for several months. It was only a fine line away from the middle stage. In just a day's time, Chumu had successfully refined the profound of metal to the middle stage of the 7th Revolution and was moving towards the late stage. His battle points were very abundant, enough to last him an entire year. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, almost 9 months had passed since Chumu returned to the elite disciple area of the Sky Edge Sword Palace.